ado, I would ask our patron to open our BGM with a word of prayer before we start. Thank you.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you and praise you for who you are. Mighty, wonderful, gracious, powerful, all those adjectives, Father, and more, we can describe your holy name. We thank you for the way you have led these young people in the past. And we thank you for the way you have led them this recent past. We thank you for the executives that have been guiding the young people through this organization. And thank you for all the members that have supported. We thank you for the professionals, the families that have supported this organization thus far. So, Father, we just want to give glory and praise and honor to your mighty name. We want to acknowledge you. Today, Father, is a very important occasion where the young people are going to select new leaders to get the organizations going. And we just want your presence today to guide them. Help them, Father, to know and to realize that you have your hand in the organization and in the student ministry and in the church and in the country. I want you, Father, to let these young people know that your work needs them, your country needs them. Every community in this country needs them. Please, Father, be here in our midst. Guide their thoughts, guide their plans. And as always, Father, we can make plans, but you are the one who will put your final signature on our plans. And we thank you for that. We thank you, your all-knowing God, who can even fix up mistakes that we have made in the past and will continue to make. We thank you for your loving kindness and your forgiveness. So, Father, I now commend and commit these young people into your hand. Guide them through their selection of the new executives, Father. Thank you for listening to our prayer. Please answer it according to your divine will, because we ask these things in no other name but the name of Jesus, our Savior. Amen.
Good afternoon once again, students. We will now proceed on into our BGM. Just an apology. We have reshuffled some of the agendas, and one of the agendas that should have been discussed was already presented by our former PNGATSA president. It's an apology on behalf of the chair and the team in front. I would ask the media team now to project our agendas, and we'll accept the agendas and open the floor for discussion. As you could see, we have 10 agendas that are for discussion. The first one has been presented already. The second one is the 18th Biannual General Meeting minutes, then the current financial report, affiliation of new ATSA and NASA protocols, that agenda number 4, number 5, pre-convention and convention, number 6, PNGATSA office, number 7, online registration and database, number 8, our policy guidelines, number 9, it's the appointment of new leaders and venue, and the last agenda is AOP. I'd give a few minutes for the students to take note of the agendas. Thank you. Floor, I would ask someone for the floor to move a motion to accept our agendas to open for discussion. Just the guidelines, raise your hands, state your name and the institutions for our secretary to take on the meeting minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Engelbert Tawampe from T. Winewood would like to accept the meeting minutes.
Thank you. Second? Objection?
Objection. Benjamin Tegom, PNG Unitec. I would like to move the motion to move the agenda number 8 to agenda number 9 and agenda number 9 down to agenda number 8. Thank you.
Benjamin Tigom has moved a motion that we swap the agenda number 8 to agenda 9 and number 9 to agenda number 8. I would let Benjamin Tigom to make a clarification on that. So the floor, before we move the motion, the reason why, state your reason.
Upon going through the policy, there are some things in the policy included in the policy that will be not that will make the appointment of leaders ineligible. So most of us seated here will not be eligible to vote, or even the election itself will not be applicable, or so to speak. For instance, in one of the points, it says for us to have the ballot box, and some of the leaders being appointed has to have a letter from the board, from the local church. So at a little period of time with the policy being presented, I believe that it will not be appropriate. So for that matter, I object for the accepting of the motion to move agenda number 8 down to agenda number 9 and agenda number 9 back up to 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin Tigom. Just a clarification, all the points have been noted. The policy guidelines will be discussed. However, it won't be ineffective with the current appointment of venues and leaders, and it will be ineffective in the new administrations that will be taking the office. In that, we can still have the discussion and have the discussion in that order. Thank you. I'll go back to my brother has already moved the motion to accept and open the agenda. Do I hear a second from someone? Anyone from the floor?
You Philan Guan, PNG KUAMA, I second the motion made.
Thank you, Phil and Guan. As we've already apologized, the first agenda was already discussed, but reshuffled and put in as an agenda for discussion. We will therefore move on to the last meeting minutes of the 17th biannual general meeting that will be read out by our secretary. I would then ask the floor to open this agenda.
Hi, aku Seneki from PNGATSA. Open the second agenda.
Thank you. Second.
I bear Nobet from UGATSA second agenda.
Thank you. Our second agenda is open for discussion by our secretary. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll be reading out the PNGATSA 17th Biannual Convention General Meeting Minute. The venue for the meeting was at Habare Mission Ground, it's Tari Hela Province. And the date 20th December 2018. The day was on test day. Starting time was 2:30 p.m. The chairperson was the former president of PNGATSA, Mr. JETHRO MESSIMATO. The PNGATSA executives presented, the former PNGATSA executives presented during that time, or during the meeting, were President JETHRO, the Vice President Gloria Coca, and the Treasurer Eunice Micah, the Secretary Solomon John, and the Patron REDDY KUAMA. The members present 250. The agendas that were discussed during the meeting, the first agenda was financial report for 2017 and 18. The second agenda was sustainability. The third agenda was policy guideline. The fourth, incorporation of PNGATSA with Adventist Youth Ministry. Agenda 5, number 5 was nomination of the new executives for 2019 and 2020 and the venue. And agenda number 6 was the AOB. Now to the first agenda. The first agenda was the report for 2017 and 2018, and it was presented by PNGATSA Treasurer Eunice Micah. It was opened and seconded by Fletcher Sam from EHASA. The PNGATSA take on board the conduct on the medical program in Gulf Province. It was briefly stated previously by the former president, and it was eventuated in December 2017. The supports were coming from the SPD, PNGUM, UPNGATSA Church, and the other sponsors. However, this money was used to conduct Gulf Medical Ministry, educational awareness, and other programs. The resolution that was taken for this agenda was agreed to print the financial report for further questions about the income and expenditure during BGM. The motion closed by Power Wilson from UPNG, and motion seconded and moved by Dunstan Samuel from EHASA. That's the first agenda that was discussed. Now I leave it to the floor for this first agenda from the previous 17th biannual convention for PNGATSA. I'd like to ask the floor for any questions or any comments.
Thank you. It's open for questions. Any comments from the floor? If there are no questions or comments from the floor, we'll have the secretary to proceed on with the following agendas. Thank you.
Now to the second agenda, that was about the sustainability. The sustainability is basically for PNGATSA, and the three sources of income. The first one is registration, the second is fundraising, and the third is support from South Pacific Division and the PNG Union Mission. And ATSA Foundation is not yet active during that time and yet to support PNGATSA once active. Now, there's a student's view coming from Power Wilson from UPNG, suggested that every graduating ATSA students who will be professionals and working class who are former ATSA needs to contribute certain amount like 10 kina, 20 kina, or 50 kina for the benefit of ATSA in order to support the Ministry of Students. And another view from a student, Dustin Samuel from EHASA, stated that I agree on the view to automatically conduct funds from the former ATSA and ask if we could take another approach to generate income for the PNGATSA apart from the ATSA Foundation. Now the resolution that was taken for this agenda number 2. Contributions can come through the ATSA professionals. However, the agenda should be allowed. The agenda should be allowed to be discussed fully by the foundation team, which are working class and former ATSA, because the same people who have contributed into PNGATSA have also contributed to the provincial ATSA as well. Motion closed by Lady Minu. Now, I'd like to ask the floor for any questions or any comments regarding this second agenda about the sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Flo. Any comments, questions about the agenda that was read?
Thank you. My name is Brenga Hames, TASA, Taurama Adventist Student Association. I just want to know, on behalf of the student body, what the executives have done regarding the second point, since it was discussed 2 years ago, what the executives have done regarding this.
Thank you. Frank Ames has asked what has been done about the sustainability of the agenda that was brought up at ELA. We are privileged to have our patron with us, one of those initiatives to push forward to make PNGATSA sustainable, so that we'll do away with the fundraising and all that other activities. It was in the establishment of our Adventist network to help support that. I would like to give this time if Elder KUAMA and JETHRO would shed a light on that. Thank you.
Thank you. This part is very important. Why? The reason is every year we continue to do fundraising. We are going to school, and sometimes it's not really good to do fundraising and your studies as well. And the sustainability part is very important. So the sources that we've identified, the first one usually, we get the money is from where? Registration. But it's not that much. You cannot get enough. And what's the other one? Previously, the church didn't support, but now they are supporting us, which is good. PNGATSA and SPD. And then what's the other? The other group that is already formed and registered in IPA, the ATSA Foundation. We have senior professionals who are heading the group. But the problem with the group is that ATSA Foundation is not active. There's some money in the ATSA Foundation. The patron will further elaborate on that. But the other point that we also discussed was we need to set a figure. So when you become a professional, you'll have to sign a form. So for instance, in this meeting, if we agree that the amount will be 5 or 10 kina, we'll start off with the leaders. And then members, whoever that is interested will come and sign in. So that means every fortnight, your 10 kina is going into the what? The ATSA account. And then at the end of the year, you are looking for 50 or 60 grand. That's only within a year. And then at the end of 2 years, you are looking for how many grand? 100,000. And then inclusive of the registration, we asked approximately 130,000, in which we have enough money. And then if our ATSA Foundation can do other things apart from this 5 kina or 10 kina that will be going into the account every fortnightly, and if our ATSA Foundation is active, and for instance, in a year, if they can raise 50 or 100,000, do you think, is there a need to do fundraising? There won't be any need. We have network, our senior professionals at the right place to support us. But the ATSA Foundation, we can't talk much about that because there are seniors who are heading it, and the person who came up with the idea and initiated what is in front of us. So he'll talk briefly on that. But just to sum up the things, my personal view is, in this forum, I want us to agree on a figure so that the next leaders, 2021 and 2022, they'll have to work on the paper, sort it out, and then they'll bring it to all the executives. Since PNGATSA started, whoever the leaders are, so they'll sign the form. So every fortnight, there's at least 5 or 10 kina. So this is the lowest. If you want to sign up 20 kina, 50 kina, 100 kina, it's up to you. But the lowest is 5 or 10 kina. So my personal view, I want us to agree on a figure and let the next leaders to work on the papers and facilitate. So next year and onwards, at least there's some money coming in, so our leaders cannot do any fundraising. Thank you. I'll leave it to my patron to add on, but he'll talk more on ATSA Foundation. Is it dormant? Is there some possibility that we can wake it up?
Thank you, JETHRO. I actually am very privileged that back in 2016, we had the convention in Alotau. We had some issues on finance at that time. We had to repay debt. PNGATSA was owing left, right, center. So JETHRO's executive came in and we had to repay debts. Yeah. But the question of ATSA Foundation started back in 2002 when we were at Moruma, and we had 38 kina to run a PNGATSA convention. Yeah. So the idea came up. I was selected as the chairman. So we worked on one. By 2004, we had some money in the foundation. I was the chairman. And we raised quite a substantial amount of money. And 2013, I shifted the foundation to professionals. Professionals who were former presidents of PNGATSA. And so they managed the foundation. I had no say in it whatsoever. So they were given that task to manage it. But the initial idea was that the students would contribute a little amount into the foundation every year in order to get some substantial amount at that time. Well, it didn't get to that stage. So right now, the foundation is being managed by some professionals. They had some issues. They registered a company, which again, they've yet to get off the ground. But me, being patient as I am, I want to give young people an opportunity to run the organizations. After all, it's your organization. It's not my organization. I'm a professional, basically. But the professional ones will have to come in and run the organization, help you run the organization. So that's where the idea of the foundation is. It's not dead. It's just dormant at this time. And it just needs a little bit of spark and push. And JETHRO, I think your suggestion may be that push that may be required. So that's on the idea of the foundation. We've gone right ahead and started a network called PNG Adventist Network. And some of the members who were on the foundation at that time are now on the PNG network, and they are networking all our Adventist professionals right throughout the country. And they are talking right now as we are meeting. I send messages to them that our baby ATSA is there in Sonoma and they need money, guys, come on. And so they are thinking about that. They're thinking about us. Our Adventist network professionals is in place. It's in good hands right now. And I can smile at you right now because I think something good is coming. I think something good is coming. Out of those network, we're thinking, lawyers, can you get yourself into your groups? And even if you are on the opposite side of the bench, leave that. And when you become a Seventh-day Adventist, can you talk to each other properly, please? We are telling the lawyers to do that. We're saying to the engineers, can you engineers please get together and team up so that you can have a professional network that when these young people graduate, you guys will be there to mentor them. That's the idea of the professional network. We, the academics, have already got our network going. Right now, I've got so many on that network. Advanced teachers in universities, colleges, high schools even. I just got Mount Diamond on, and I just got Kabiufa on, and I just got Koyari Park on, and I'm just on my way to getting Kembubu on, and I'm here in Sonoma to get Sonoma on. Academics, our job as professionals is to mentor the young people to become professionals. When they finish professionals, they go in to join the engineers, they join the lawyers. That's the idea that we are working on right now. So in terms of finance, I can say that PNG Adventist Network is now in place. So we're hoping things we'll see better days to come. As well as that, we've got another group called Adventist Service Industry. Adventist Service Industry is registered. These work directly with PNGUM, and they look at projects that they can fund projects. They're made up of business people mostly, right? Seventh-day Adventist business people. And when those ASI needs a project, they will go to PEN and get the engineers from PEN to do the projects. And when they need helpers, they will call on PNGATSA to come and help. So maybe some of your convention in the future, you will be actually working very closely with PEN and ASI. That is the thinking going forward. But on financing, I believe what JETHRO is suggesting is actually not new. It was suggested back in 2002. Yeah, it's taken us quite a while to get to this one. But maybe that's the start that we can do, JETHRO and the team. I think that's all I can tell you, but our professionals are there. Some of them come in big amounts, you know, as I've already heard. They have contributed. You know, it cost the convention, the one in Vanimo, it cost more than $500,000 to run the convention in Vanimo. And guess who funded it all? My good brother, when I go to Vanimo, I go to his house, Honorable Belden Nama. He funded that. He's in the opposition. When I go to Ella, I go to Honorable James Marape's house. Yeah. So I sent them both a text message before I came. You two are brothers, I said to them. All right. But, you know, you got professionals that are there. And they're big. And the one in Hela, it's in excess of $1 million, I think. Because putting together the cost of helicopters and all that, it's huge. But PNGATSA, we can do the little that we can from our perspective, you know, and God will bless us with that. Thank you so much for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you, Patron. Elder KUAMA. I'll give it back to our secretary to continue. Are there any questions from the floor? Any comments before the secretary continues? Yes, we have our professional, Frank.
Thank you. My name is Frank. I graduated a while ago. I would like to repeat Mrenga's question. He asked what has been done in the past 2 years. We have heard the history of the issue, but what has been done in the past 2 years, we have not heard. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. To answer the question directly, the ATSA Foundations, the committee is already there, so we're letting them, but they've created a group in which Fletcher is also part of that ATSA Foundation group here. But I'm also part of that WhatsApp group, but I haven't seen any active discussion. So I can say that ATSA Foundation, and it is, as mentioned by our patron, the leaders of the group are former PNGATSA presidents, so I think if we can leave it with them, and maybe I can follow up with new leaders so we can communicate with them what they have in mind now, what's their plan for the ATSA Foundation. So that's one. And the other thing about us signing a document with a bank, so like for the professionals, every fortnight at least 5 or 10 kina, we haven't made a decision on that in Tari. We just discussed. So that was the two issues. So the other one we'll just leave it for the professionals and the new leaders for them to discuss on. But for 5 or 10 kina, for us to make a commitment every fortnight, I'll leave it with the president to carry on. So you forum will decide whether you want us to appoint a figure now or we leave it. If you want us to appoint the figure now, then you give the figure. So I'll leave it to the president so that we can vote. Thanks.
Thank you, JETHRO. Any more comments from the floor? Thank you.
Check. Okay, thank you. With regard to what former President JETHRO has said, with one of that I know of, not the only, but the association that has implemented what JETHRO has stated with the mission is Simbu Adventist Student Association. They have finalized that financial plan and currently is very active. So my suggestion is to move a motion right now to set the figure, and I'm suggesting 5 kina minimum. And the other thing is we get assistance, so we seek help from the existing documentation that is in place with Eastern Island Simbu Mission. The financial plan has been submitted to Eastern Island Simbu Mission, and the former treasurer for Eastern Island Simbu Mission has those financial documents which are already set and well documented. So PNGATSA would seek assistance from the Simbu Adventist Students Association to adapt, because we are a team. So that's a way forward. In order to, we cannot write the new one, it will take time. So what is in place, we seek help and then we adapt and make amendments or adjustments on that for our way forward. The more we wait, time is delayed, and yeah, so my suggestion is I'm putting a minimum 5 kina on the floor for quorum to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jimmy. Brother Jimmy has already explained. Now we'll leave it back to the quorum now. The decision will be up to the quorum. If the quorum agrees that we set a figure and we voted in, then that will be our action item going forward. So now it's open to the quorum. If the quorum agrees that we go ahead with that decision. Thank you. So I'd like to see a hand, raise of hands for those that are going for that motion to for us to set a figure now, and we'll also get a view of hands from those that are against that. So if those that are those agree that we go ahead with what has already been explained, I'd like to see a show of hands. Thank you. From what quorum we have seen, majority is going forward. So that motion has been moved that we go ahead as planned to have the figure set now at this meeting, and it will be passed and brought forward. So we will get 3 figures and then we'll vote them in and accept them. So please time run, so it's a discussion. Putiman, Salim will figure come and we move. Thank you.
The first figure is 10 kina.
Can you call your name, institution?
Francis Yasaking from Dibanwood.
Francis from Dibanwood said 10 kina. It's the first figure. Second one. Any other figures?
Ben Kelly from UPNC, 20 kina minimum.
Ben Kelly said 20 kina minimum. Final figure.
Samuel Olpa from UPNG, success 30 kina.
30 kina. So these are the figures. We have 10 kina, 20 kina, and 30 kina. Thank you. And also a suggestion that was initially made by Jimmy, 5 kina. So those are 4 figures. We have 5 kina, 10 kina, 20 kina, and 30 kina. Now I would ask the quorum as we put our heads down, and we'll vote for those figures. And JETHRO would count. Heads down, please. Those in favor of 5 kina, raise your right hands up. For the next figure, 10 kina, raise your right hands up for 10 kina.
Hands down.
Hands down. For the third figure, 20 kina. And for the final figure, 30 kina. Thank you. Heads up. For the votes that has been we'll have one of our representative, professional Frank Manuel, to come and give out the figures, since we'll be initiating this. We're starting off with the professionals. Thank you. Frank is not here, so we will have Elder Okay, we'll have JETHRO to call out the figure.
10 kina. Okay, thank you. As I've said earlier, we will start this with the leaders. So for example, if PNGATSA started in 1984, 1986, then whoever the first president or secretary will bring the paper first to him or her, and then we'll come to this year. I mean, my term, and then this year. So after the executives, then the members. So members, there's so many members, so we just have to send the paper. The next leaders will be doing that. And I'm privileged and honored to announce to you the amount that the forum decided. The amount the forum decided is 10 kina. So the paperwork will be done by our new leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, JETHRO. There are no any more comments from the floor. There are no comments, then we'll give it back to the Secretary to continue with the meeting minutes. Thank you, Secretary.
All right, agenda number 3, policy guidelines or guideline. It was opened by Gloria Coca. President or former President JETHRO MESSIMATO said policy made by church is followed by PNGATSA, and whatever decision made by the church, PNGATSA does not have any rights to override the decision. Therefore, convention letters were given to 3 mini ASA, which are Enga, Simbu, and Jiwaka, regarding the hosting of annual convention, which is objection to PNGATSA, and want their stand or decision in response. It has several points. Point number 1.1, Enga Adventist Student Association National President, Mr. Mac Joseph, said there is no backup plan for students in high school, and they are still trying to sort things out. In response, Mr. Ray Paul said PNGATSA is for the tertiary students and the high school students must be under the church youth department and participate. Because before student ministry, there was church and we need to work together. Point 1.2. Simbu Adventist Students Association National President Elvis Kiapeni said decision will be made on 27th December 2018 during their annual general meeting. Point 1.3. Jiwaka Adventist Students Association representative said they will comply with the decision done for biannual and agree for biannual convention. Resolution that was taken, Simbu Adventist Students Association is not part of PNGATSA because they still wanted to have annual convention. Next point, Enga Adventist Students Association is also disassociate from PNGATSA, the mother association student ministry, because they decided to have convention annually. Next point, they will exist as another body and not included into the PNGATSA structural operation. Next point, the Jiwaka Adventist Students Association agreed to have convention biannually. So JASA is accepted as part of the PNGATSA structure operation. Then JETHRO MESSIMATO further clarified that the letters were given to EASA, SASA, and JASA, stating why they should run conventions biannually. The decision to run conventions biannually is a collective decision made by the leaders from the General Conference, SPD, and local youth directors of PNGUM during the first historical meeting at Ley in 2005 and also incorporated into PNGATSA Constitution, wrote by Deputy Chief Justice Ambeng Kantakasi and lawyer Mr. Yalapan. PNGATSA have no power to discuss and come up with our own decision to suit our own interest or any particular group interest. PNGATSA must and will always comply with the direction from the Adventist Church. Any provincial association that is non-compliant with the direction from the church is not part of PNGATSA and the Adventist Church. The agenda closed and motion moved by Nixon Pala from UOT and seconded by Dunstan Samuel from EASA. I'll give this time to the forum to give any questions or any comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor, it's open for any questions. Discussion from the floor. Thank you. Sorry, before we get a comment from our brother, we'll let JETHRO clarify on this matter. Thank you, JETHRO.
Thank you, President. The meeting minutes is clearly read out. This is not something that we're going to discuss in this AGM because it's already been discussed where? In Tari. And already closed, resolution already been made. And if you hear what our secretary have read, any decision made by leaders from SPD or GC and the Adventist Church, that decision will not be changed by PNGATSA BGM because PNGATSA BGM is nothing compared to our church leaders. Do you get a point? If you want to change that decision, you have to go and attend that meeting comprising of SPD leaders, GC leaders, and the 10 youth directors. That's the right forum. Because if we were to discuss their decision and come up with our own thing, you just think him all. Mipla loarim, mipla toka PNGATSA stop antap lo Adventist Church. Because we are intellectuals. That's what we will be tell. Do you get a point? The first historical meeting which they had in Ley in 2005, the person who was part of it is here as well. He'll confirm it. It was in Ley. A rep from General Conference came, from SPD, and then the 10 youth directors From before that, all the pastors, everyone, they were seeing student ministry as one of those what? Nupla recruiter. So it was very difficult. Those people who have started back then, the support was not that good. But after that meeting in 2005, the student ministry was recognized. So what Mila Tram talking the point where I'm just reading is, we'll leave it with the church, they'll discuss because the right place, whether they want to change the decision or no is at a higher level, because our AGM is nowhere compared to the leaders, our leaders' direction. So as much as possible, any directions from church, Adventist church, we have to what? Comply. You just imagine, since 2005, every leaders were talking about biannual, and yet SASA were still having annual convention. ENGA students were still having annual convention. Since 2005, now it's how many years? 2005 come now, 15 years. So the people, majority of the people who involved in forming student ministry, ENGA, I have met with all of them. Judge Amben Kandakazi, Dr. Kopamo, Pastor Joseph Talipuan, all of them during my time I've met them. I talked to them. For the good of the ministry, we have to do it for the good of the ministry. If the decision is from the church, and if it's also in the constitution of PNGATSA, our BGM doesn't have any right to discuss the decision. We will just comply now behind him. If not less, Monday before I came here, I met Elder Ray Paul, and Pastor Joseph, Pastor Sumatao. And now, what Ray Paul is doing in our church, Elder Ray Paul and Mr. Awo Baleki, they are as consultant, advisors to the missing PNGUM. So they are attending all the conferences, especially for election of the new leaders. So they are aware of the issue as well. So they told me that issue, it's with them. So it's something that they're going to discuss. So what I'm trying to say here is, this is something where we don't expect any of you to give your opinion or the decision has already been passed. And as I've said, PNGATSA BGM is nothing compared to Adventist Church decision. If you want, suppose you like him, tintin bring na toke mosem, you la try na toke mosem. I'll not make him good. The point that I'm trying to say here is that decision, for that decision to be changed, it has to be where? In a forum that is comprised of SPD leaders, the 10 youth directors, as well as where? General Conference leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Jethro. I would let my brother say something.
Harold Karenga from Unitec. Just whatever decision that you guys are doing, it's for the benefit of the association as a whole, and it's very grateful. I'm happy for that. Just I have a suggestion, like, for instance, if SASA wants to come back again to the PNGATSA session, is there any steps or procedures that we should take to come back in? Because the decision was made based upon our leaders. So as time goes by, we appoint new leaders, and if the new leaders come in, they want to come back again to the assess. Can you please give us some guidance to come back again? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You know, most of us, sometimes like we think that if me, Jethro, suppose me no stop, PNGATSA will not be successful. You are nothing. Even if me no exist to PNGATSA will still go. Even if Elder REDDY KUAMA no support him student ministries, the student ministry will still go. Sometimes we usually have this kind of thought that me stop na you department where. If me no stop, all ba look him lole. Do know that the work of the Lord, it will still go without you or with you. Do you sometimes think him satu or not? So God requires him one employment, our individual. Total obedience. Even if you don't want to do God's work, walk lo big man bagoyat. Even if you decide not to attend a Pathfinder class, or even if you decide not to support a church, without your support, the church of the Lord will still go. Even if you don't want to support PNGATSA, you must still go. As long as you walk blue side, big man. The Lord can use anyone. He doesn't need a qualified, educated person, someone who got a higher degree, no God. As long as you have the right motive, and your commitment with the Lord is right. So in regard to what Mila talking, if you agree with them decision lo church, because decision is not from PNGATSA. So enga sasa najiwaka beno na bela lo PNGATSA na. We as a ministry we have to comply, obedience to what church talking lo make. Obedience matters. You can do all sorts of sacrifice to me, make him Muslim. At the end of the day, Bible make him clear. Obedience is better than what? Sacrifice. So, in response to one brother, okay, as long as you agree with what church told him, you can still come again. Because Elder Ray Paul, Mr. Awo Baliki, and Pastor Sumatao, if you see in church policies, there's a part where I'm to compliance. You plus looking Muslim, or sample pastor, or sample line, also di commission mole. Di commission or di onem? This fellow, what's the word? This fellowship. That's if you are not compliant with them, when I'm standing to church. So all this lie you got. But I haven't read one of them. But in response to what brother talk here, as long as you're willing to accept the decision from the church, na you'll hire him talk to church, me plan to stop him, me plan just behind him what Adventist church talk him. So it's clear. You can still come back and as long as you want to agree with what our church, Adventist church talk him, just that we want to follow the direction from the church. So me plan make him clear. And then it was agreed in forum. So I think it's clear. I don't want anyone to talk him any reason why you still want to continue to have the convention or what. 15 years is too long. And it's something for the church that we are just implementing the direction from where? The church. Thank you.
Thank you, Jethro. We have a comment from the back.
Lawrence Lombo from Mbasa. All right, thank you. Thank you, President, former President and President, for that. This is very, as I can sit and think, I see that this is very sensitive issue regarding some of our associations that are not compliant to this at this time. But what I am just thinking is, you guys have, PNGATSA have just wrote the letter to them and then just leave it as it is, so you guys have follow up and then have some dialogue discussion to come up with some resolutions as to how you guys, Bible gathering all display all high school and secondary schools, because provincial atsas, all not tertiary atsas, all provincial atsas, so they are comprises of high schools and secondaries. So, like for example, in Adventist student associations, we have some number of good pioneers there. Last convention, all been sit down, all been discussed, time all to some all by come na approach him na talk. But now me aremosem no gari one bla outcome blo display. You bla just lose him right now, lose him cholo sem or you bla discuss long way forward long all this bla association. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Lo Edim, in response to what question you took, later, I must 2 or 3 time go finish. Followed up, me plan make him. All the convention all been having lo lagam, all ESA, not lagam, lo lie. Vice President Mary Wabek, so I'm going to have. All agreed lo AGM lo all, and they said it will be biannual. And then I don't know what happened, so I'll change him go again. And then Chimputu Sasa one kind, Leslie Mark go. Jiwaka miyet go, mi go lo Sydney. So Shiblo Jiwaka. So follow that, everything has been done. Now, Lonarabla question where you talk about secondary and all this, also maybe making me yet clear. These are part of the reason where, like, people like continue, but we are implementing the church direction from the church. That's I want every one of you to be clear. It's not me, JETHRO MESSIMATO. If I'm given the opportunity to lead PNGATSA, I'll make sure I'll protect what the church talking. I don't care whether who said Belad Lomi or whatever. At the end of the day, I'm standing for the church. It's not me, JETHRO MESSIMATO's decision. Planti ol wabektin ose me. No, it's not me. Decision from the church. All sasatu one kind. Or jiwakatu one kind because I was the person when me write him letter me go talk around. Since I am given the opportunity to lead PNGATSA in 2017 and 2018, me as a leader, I have to perform my work. And my work is to make sure me maintaining what Adventist Church make him. So in terms of follow-up, this life, everything has been done. So this year now, I'm starting various association.
PNGATSA. So I was summoned as the patron of UPNGATSA with the chaplain from UPNGATSA and the PNGATSA president, then was mostly Eli. We went up to the Union Mission and all the youth directors from the local missions were there. Division came up and the complaint was that PNGATSA is drawing away from the youth department. And all the youth directors were not happy with PNGATSA at that time. So the decision was that we'll allow grade 11 and 12 to be observers. But PNGATSA will be tertiary students, mostly. That was the decision in 2005. The presidents of PNGATSA were supposed to implement those decisions. They were supposed to disseminate the information to all the ATSAs. And PNGUM too was supposed to play a part in it. So both PNGATSA and PNGUM, for some reason, they kind of did not make the move, an active move at that time. So that's why it has taken so long to get it implemented. But yeah, I'm here just to confirm that yes, there was a meeting and I was part of that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Mandai.
Thank you. This regarding the biannual and annual convention, and the meeting has been, the agenda has been raised at Tari, and is resoluted. So with due respect to PNGATSA, last year I went to EASA annual convention at Khandep, and they do voted to, biannual convention or the annual convention. So they did a vote, and the majority of them, they go for annual convention. And then we were there, and then I said, we are against the PNGATSA. That's what we said. But we repaired back to the province, and then okay, they will sit there, and then they will come back to us. And then that's not to PNGATSA, but from the union, and then they are local mission to the union, and then okay, they can reconcile to like Simbu students and Enga students especially. So if they want to join PNGATSA, then they can come through the mission, so the ATSA can accept them. So these are some of the concerns that were raised during that time. So we will go by the PNGATSA meeting minutes, and then we will say what we want to say, but then we will go back to the mission again, so the mission will come back to us. So accept those, because our constitution is clear to them, so they will go and then sit there, and then if they want to join us, they will come through the mission. Yeah.
Thank you. We will get one comment from Bet well. Before we do that, the decision, everything has been passed. Every comment, no resolution, everything has been passed already. It was brought forward for your hearing. Any issue will be brought back to the mission. We are going with the time. Time's not on our end as well. So we'll get one comment from, and we'll have LYNUS to continue with the meeting agendas, the remaining. Thank you, Betwell.
Betwell from UPNG. I want to move and object the idea of further discussing the minutes, and I want to request the chair to use your discretion to allow only one or two to comment on the meeting minutes as we go along. We are not yet into the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Betwell, for the concern raised. As what you've said, we'll give two speakers talk and we'll continue with the following agendas.
Thank you. As a concerned DESA member, I would like, if I may I ask the secretary to read out the message from our previous president, Mac Joseph. Was disclosed in the resolution.
All right, the clarification that was given by the former president in 2018 during the meeting at Tari, stating he clarified that the letters were given to the EASA, SASA, and JASA, stating that why they should run the convention biannually. The decision to run conventions biannually is a collective decision made by the leaders from the General Conference, SPD, and local youth directors of PNGM. During a first historical meeting at Ley in 2005, and also incorporated into the PNGATSA Constitution, wrote by the Chief Justice, Deputy Ambeng Kandakasi, and lawyer Mr. Yalapan, PNGATSA have no power to discuss and come up with our own decision to suit our own interest or any particular group interest. PNGATSA must and will always comply with the direction from the Adventist Church. Any provincial association that is non-compliant with the direction from the Church is not part of PNGATSA and this Adventist Church. Thank you.
Thank you. As Seventh-day Adventists, we know that God's worship, God demands order in His worship. So I heard that from our president, the previous president, he said they would have a dialogue with the PNGATSA executives and the PNG Union Mission. And some of us, the members, and I believe some of our professionals too, we have no idea whether they had dialogue with the PNGATSA and the PNG Union Mission regarding this, as stated by our Vice President Jonathan, that during the annual convention last year at Kandep, the resolution for this agenda were that the executives of ESA would have a dialogue and communicate with you all, and we were to know whether the PNGATSA has some backup plans if we were to go have biannual conventions to cater for these other secondary and high school students. So as a member, and I know there are other members of ESA, Adventist Students Association, they have this question in mind that we want to know if our leaders from ESA had communicated with you all, and if you guys had communication, and we want to know if they did that and what are the resolution since last year, our annual convention.
Thank you, Natasha. I believe JETHRO has already clarified a point. Communication, everything has been done. The resolution was already passed that anything in regard to that matter will be brought up with the church, as PNGATSA is submitting it to the church and has no authority to make any decision. Therefore, the resolution has been passed, and the action item going forward is that any of those discussion or decisions that will be made will be brought by those initial leaders with the new leaders in accordance to the church. With that, that's a chair. I would like to allow LYNUS to carry on with the meeting minutes of the other agendas. Thank you, LYNUS.
Agenda number 4, in cooperation of PNGATSA with Adventist Youth Ministry. It was opened by Johannes from EHASA. Pastor Lonol said youth ministry is in the agenda of youth department in PNG Union Mission. He also said that like ATSA Foundation, PNGATSA is not registered yet. The PNGATSA president is also the member of PNGUM advisory committees, and the church is working very closely with student ministry. Resolution that was taken, the church has now recognized the student ministry and created the new department called Public Campus Ministry, which has a director, Dr. Jiwan Moon, at the General Conference. In the South Pacific Division, we currently come under the Youth Department as well as the PNG Union Mission of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Pastor Winnie, who is the Youth Director, or PNGM Youth Director, says he will try his best to work together with the student ministry and will talk to the PNGM executives so some framework can be created to include student ministry support. And the agenda was closed and moved by Helen Koy from TASA and seconded by Usoni Cafe from UPNGATSA. Thank you. I'll give this time to the floor for any questions and comments.
Thank you. I have a comment from JETHRO.
Thank you. This issue about student ministry incorporation into the Adventist Church already be achieved. So we have Dr. Moon in US, but the only problem now is we don't have that director in SPD and also in PNGUM. So once, but it depends on the funds, that's another problem as well. So at this point in time, we have someone in US at General Conference, but we don't have a leader in SPD as well as PNGUM. So that's why they said student ministry is under youth department. The other thing that I want to make it clear to each and every one of you is, for those of you in the province, the provincial association, if you want to run your program, it's important that that 2 years program submit everything to the local mission. So the mission must be aware that what type of program you are running. So once when they're doing their planning as well, they won't affect the dates that you are putting. So when you do that, it's easier for them to what? Support you, because they know that you'll be carrying out your convention, whatever activities that you. So I urge each and every one of you, if you are from East New Britain, all your planners should be submitted to where? NBNI Mission. If you are from Kimbe, if you are from New Island, if you are from Moasa, Morobe Mission. So as much as possible, we want to work with the church, because maybe one plan. You cannot separate student ministry from Adventist Church. We are all for one mission. So any planning you may make in any province in all our plannings, the budget estimated, just put it in, out of respect. Because if you don't make us something, just running program. The big people, especially the president, so but okay, this is NBNI and you are running a program which I don't know, I haven't got any letter. Or this is Eastern Island Simple Mission. And you are running program. And I haven't given a letter. I don't know your date. But on this agenda, student ministry already connect with the church already. But the only thing when people are making the church will not be happy about us is when people are running program at our own without recognition or without look survey blow them. All church. So at all cost, we must respect our church leaders, the mission leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, JETHRO. We have a comment from the floor.
Michael Kombut from UPNGATSA. I just want to make a comment. And I want your cooperation. What does PNGATSA mean? Papua New Guinea, what's the word? A, letter A. Adventist. ASA, A stands for Adventist. We cannot work separately apart from Adventist Church. That's the idea. The structure is Adventist Church, PNGATSA, and then ASAS. So ASAS, you are affiliated under PNGATSA, and PNGATSA is making its way into the Adventist. So when we discuss, go straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions?
Thank you, Waima Kube from UOG. It's very important that the ATSA's president and all the executive must note, when the church says no, it's no. Thank you, ma. When the church says yes, it's yes. Because some of the executives in the association, even so go spark na dine. You come up president or one play year, and next year you go spark. That's why church am a bit lenient. At least, as our leaders have said, write a plan, submit it to the church, and then after the program, submit the report to the church. In that way, the ATSAs will be supported very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Waima. If there are any comments, let's have one from the back. That would be our last comment, then we will move on. If you have any comments to support the other candidates that already mentioned, we won't accept that. If you have a question, you can raise that up. If not, we'll have a last comment and we'll move on with the secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Clyde Urakoko from UPNG. I just a concern. Everything that we are going through has been discussed at Hari, and all the agendas have been resolved, and our comments and whatever thing that we will be doing here won't have any effect and any impact on the resolutions that we have passed. The resolution have been passed by the quorum at Hari. So I would suggest the secretary, the general secretary of PNGATSA would just go through all the discussions that we have at Hari, and those ones we have presented at a BGM at Hari can, if anything that is of importance have been discussed at Hari but have not recorded in the meeting minutes, we can raise this and we can point out and we can talk. And if everything of importance have been already captured in the meeting minutes, then those ones who have been present at BGM at Hari can accept the meeting minutes, and we can proceed on with our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have our secretary to continue with the meeting minutes.
All right, number 5th agenda that was discussed in Tari during the BGM was about the nomination of the new executives for 2019 and 2020 and the venue. So during that time, Mr. JETHRO MESSIMATO, the PNGATSA president, vacated their seats, and on behalf of all the executives for 2017 to 2018, the outgoing executives were JETHRO MESSIMATO, the president, vice president was Gloria, and the treasurer was Eunice Micah, and the secretary was Solomon John. The executives, presiding officer, Honorable James Marape Taripori MP, and the finance minister, newly appointed executive for 2019 and 2020. And then the president that newly appointed was Leslie Mark. And meeting was deferred to 8 p.m. after night worship or after night program due to time, the limiting of time. And a motion seconded and moved by Johannes from EHASA. Now after the worship, we came back for a meeting. The meeting started, and so the meeting resumed for the nomination of the executives. The meeting resumed at 8:30 p.m. So the other executives that were nominated during under this agenda was the Vice President Jonathan Mendai, Treasurer Fletcher Sam, and Secretary LYNUS ZYDUSOWAKRAM. And agenda number 6 was about the venue. There were some some venues were proposed and voted. Isipik, Western Province, and Engar, as well as Eastern Britain, were the venues that were proposed and voted. The 18th biannual convention is voted to ENB, and now we are having this convention here. The AOB that was discussed, or the AOB were about the PNGATSA account change of signatories and the former PNGATSA executives from 2018 to 2019, and the acceptance of PNGATSA logo and the leadership code of conduct. So this were the AOB. Due to time and the meeting running late, no further AOBs were discussed. Motion that agenda be closed for discussion by Sigoi Namelio from UPNGATSA, seconded by Colin Yak from EHASA. Closing song and basa, closing time was 10:40 p.m. and closing prayer done by Pastor Lonol Winnie, PNGM, Youth Director. Thank you everyone for listening. This is the PNGATSA 17th Biannual General Meeting. Thank you.
Before we proceed on for the remaining AOBs, I'll let JETHRO to share a few lights on that.
Okay, thank you. If you see, when PNGATSA came into existence, our logos were changed from Wampla to Narapla. When presidents comes in, like they put signs. So it's like we don't have, Mipla no been got like a formal logo. So when I came in as president in 2017, we formed a team. And then we also included the criteria. Mipla Salem go to all the tertiary and also provincial. Then the students sent in their logos. And then the committees were senior people, not people like me. Senior people like Elder Ray Paul, Elder Moses Palipe, and people much senior than us. So they went through the criteria, and after the criteria, they've selected. So the logo that you're wearing it on the shirt, that's the criteria. That's the logo where Mipla been. We did launch it, but Mipla no been mentioning in BGM because of the time factor. But documentation and everything is in this PDF, so I'm going to send it to you. But for those of you who got finish, can send it with a friend. But the person that designed the logo is someone from Divine Wood, and we also add some of the things on top of the logo as well. And the price, maybe took 500, so maybe in Salimam 500 golo, the person who came up with the logo. With that, I want the forum loba. If you accept, say aye. Okay, thank you. The next one is code of conduct. You plus our two, like in the student ministry, Sambla making one blarona. If you are president and if you come not to bats, you make him this like me no hamas. What would be the first thing with Empa Tokyo? When I have blue good player. So a lot of people in the in student ministry, they would want to what? Starting with J, justify. When someone make a one blaron, you come na toko, you make him this layer. Most of us, we don't want to accept, oh, okay, sorry. Me make no good plus, so it's okay. Me losing position blomia. Appoint him one blah. You will start to ask, who told you that? Did you see me drinking? You talk. Do you think you're the perfect person? So what I'm trying to say here is the Adventist Church, the church manual, which I'm governing, running, plus student, the church leaders. But in student ministry, no God. Me email him, SPD Youth Director, what's his name, Pastor Nikros. He replied and said they don't have I did specifically ask for the code of conduct for the leaders. I'm talking about also PNGATSA. So we came up with a code of conduct. Everything is, I'll just read briefly on that, but it's a good, everything is from the Bible. It's not from some senior people. So the main idea from this code of conduct is, if you do anything that breach the church principle or the Bible, the resolution is automatic termination. But if it's serious, then you will be referred to where? The church, Lord Baonem, disciplining you. But in student ministry, there's a lot of students who are willing to do the ministry, but just that you are appointed and you are given that privilege and honor. And if you are given that privilege and honor, what else are you going to say? Lo, you will make him walk out. So that code of conduct, if Mipla make him anything, when I was a leader as well in my Loisin Islands, I did terminate one editor as well as chaplain. And during my term, 2017-2018, treasurer not been active due to her own problem, so me been terminate him without any advice from chaplain or patron. And then the reason why I'm blocking up on tape because there was no document. So what I did is, beginning of my term in 2017, I make it clear to all my executives then, if any of you don't show any commitment, meaning that if you don't attend a meeting, if you don't say you are interested to make it work, big man, you are automatically terminated. At the end of the day, I'm not going to pay you anything. If you flunk your education, I'm not going to pay anything. It's something, work big man. Yeah? So it requires only those people who are willing. So I did make that clear since the beginning. So time man work you work. As I've stated earlier, you that's all stuff, me that's all. Suppose me to go, there's someone much better than me can come in. So that code of conduct is to guide the leaders. So me plaba give him all over our student leader, provincial, as well as PNGATSA. So once when you are given the post, by you hold him some paper one time ago. By the time if you breach any of the Bible principle, you are automatically terminated. Is that clear? Suppose you accept him, talk I. Thank you.
Thank you, Jethro. Thank you, Flo. These are the second agendas. That was the meeting minute of our previous PNGATSA convention that was held up in Tari. Therefore, all the agendas have been mentioned and have been highlighted with all the resolutions and the action item going forward. I would now ask the floor if someone could move the motion to accept our agendas that was read from Tari. Thank you.
Klaidura Koko from UPNG would like to accept the last meeting minutes as it is so and true presented and would move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Second? Just some guidelines. If you move a motion, and for those who want to second, please speed him up. Those that sit outside can kiss him, second him, you may flow him, meeting.
I, Samuel Olbert from UPNG, would want to second it.
Thank you. All in favor of, say aye. Thank you. The motion has been moved. Moving on to our third agenda is the 2019 to 2020 financial report. Can I have someone from the floor to open it up for presentation? Thank you.
I, Clinton Benabo from Unit Casa. Motion to open the agenda.
Thank you, Clinton. Second.
I, Kayan Pokanao from Unitec, would like to second the motion that we move.
Thank you. We will have our treasurer to do the presentation. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much. I will be proceed on and with the presentation for financial report. Before I do so, I would like to thank all of you for the contribution through registration, through your commitment, and any other support that you have given to SAPATSAS and to PNGATSA too as well. And also I would like to thank our last hosting convention, 17th biannual convention, the HELA students. They have been hosting a very good convention and we have enjoyed. So I would like to thank you for that. And secondly, I would like to thank all the ambassadors and all the churches around the province, East New Britain province, for contribution of food and any other things. With that, I would like to proceed on with our financial report for 2019, and 2020. The financial report for this afternoon, which I am going to present, it's a summary as of to date. The full report will come after the convention and all the expense that will be spent or will be done for this convention. But for now, as of to date, date 17 December 2020, this is the financial report that I'm going to present. So the financial report is comprises of two 2019 and 2020 summary report. Okay, I have posted the report. I have posted on WhatsApp. If some of you are on WhatsApp for PNGATSA, you can download and you can go through it. And also the media team can put up the financial report on the screen. So I am running out of copies, not copies, but ink. Okay, this is the 18th biannual convention, a financial report for Papua New Guinea Adventist Student Association. On behalf of my current executives and myself, we humbly present to you 18th biannual financial report for year 2019 and 2020. The report comprises of two parts. One is the source of funds, another is the expense that we use. And under the expense, we have three major expense that is done in 2019 and 2020, which is a launching program and a pre-convention, as well as a convention that we are in right now, and other expenses. So number one, source of funds. First of all, I want to say thank you to JETHRO and that team for setting a good bench. They have left us with 20,000. So the balance carried forward for last convention, brought forward for last convention is 20,000. We have some donations, source of funds. We have some donations from PNGATSA, 30,000. Department of Finance, Honorable Rainbow Paita, 2,000. Mrs. Rachel Marape, 2,000. And Miss Carol Winuam, 1,000. This is the donations that we collect. And the total is 35,000. And the registration based from my bank statement that I got it from 14th December 2020. I confirm that members registration, they are 153, and the registration collected 27,464 kina. That's the registration members. Some they pay the highest they pay 250, the lowest they pay 50 kina. Some pay 100 kina. So the members registered is 153. And then we have affiliation fee from the archers, 7. Some they pay 300 kina, some they pay 350. Because the registration is set that registration is 200 kina and affiliation is 350. So some of our members, due to the financial crisis, they cannot meet the registration. And some they attend the convention for free. So this is the total registration fee and affiliation fee is 30,164 kina. Fundraising, we have not done any fundraising for this year and last year, so nothing is in our income, nothing is come from the fundraising. So the total source of incomes that we receive is 85,164 kina. Based from that 85,164 kina, as I have mentioned, we have three major expense, major activity that requires major expense. The first one is the launching expense that was done in June 2019. The food that we spent the food, first the food. The branch for the Sabbath that we came and we do the launching here in Sonoma was 600 kina. Executive meals at the Dr. Watt residence, 245 kina, 55 toya. Lunch for the boys who pick up and drop us is 42 kina, 20. So total amount spent in launching for food is 887 kina, 75 toya. Also in launching, we have a transport expense to involve. We have a ticket from 2 leaders that traveling from Leh and Mosby. Cost 3,221 kina 80. Bus fare for the weekend use. That bus hire for the weekend use, we hire a bus to transport us from Dr. Watt House here and airport. We spent 1,200 kina. Bus fare for the launching attendees that some of the members, they came and they attend the launching here and they decided to go back. We helped them with 300 kina. And pick up, drop off for the Checkshan's airport. For the taxi that we spent 100 kina, and pick up from Najab to Unitec, we have spent 120. The total cost of transport goes to 4,949 kina 80. Venue launching, the PA system and decoration, we have 205 kina. Banner printing of program papers, 320. Communication for flex and Top Guard, 120 kina. So total venue launching goes to 645 kina. On that note, we spend other expense. We bought the memory card for the camera that we have is 59 kina 90. So the total expense for launching is 6,542 kina 45 toya. And then moving on to the pre-convention. The pre-convention, the transport cost. Number one, transport. The bus fares that we spend 1,110 kina. We use bus fare to send the pre-convention team to different the 5 areas in Rabaul. We send them to different locations. One is we send them to Watara, Duke of York, Lat, Pomio, Warangoi, Open Bay, and Lasul Bay. So these 5 areas in East New Britain, we send our pre-convention team. So those pre-convention teams that went out, the cost that involves is the number one, transport is bus fare that I have said, 1,110 kina. That was bus fare. Dingy fare, 260 kina. Air fare for financial literacy, I only helped the financial literacy, so it's 1,000 kina. Hire car, we got it for the weekend use. To arrange other vehicles for transport and those, we spent 3,000 kina. And fuel for the hire cars and another car that is supported us by our senior male, we spend 540 kina for fuel. And for dinghy, fuel for dinghy, we spend 140 kina. The bike that the chaplain for Enbasa uses to do some other works for ATSA, we spend 100 kina for fuel. The other cars that we have been using during the pre-convention week and it broke down, we spend 500 kina. Okay, come to the foods. Total expense for transport is 6,650 kina. Come to the food expense, the rice food for the pre-convention. The rice bags, we paid 20 rice bags, 10 kg, we spent 865 kina 90. Noodles carton, 14 cartons, we spent 455 kina. Tin fish carton, 6, we spent 420. buns and breads for the students, we spent 360 kina 50, and vegetables and fruits from the market, 331 kina 60. Toiletries and others, we spent 414 kina 40. And the food for the transport at KBC, we spent 424 kina 60. And the total cost is 3,270 kina. Accommodation and other expense, Kokopo Business College, we spend 1,500 to accommodate our students who travel for pre-convention as a transit, and the late transit, we spend 2,000. And the convention banner that has been putting up in Kokopo town, 4 locations, we spend 1,700 kina. So total goes to 5,200 kina. The total pre-convention expense is 15,120 kina. That is the total pre-convention expense. Okay, moving on to the convention expense that we are in right now. The bus fare that we transport cost, the bus fares. The bus fare that we spend to hire cars, not hire car, but transport students to convention is 1,400 kina. Airfares for our guest speakers and the executives, we spend 7,648 kina. Fuel for the 2 hire cars that helping us to transport other things, we spend 100 kina. Fuel for the bike, 50 kina. The transport expense total is 9,198 kina. Food for a convention. The convention that we spend for foods, that we do the major shoppings in the shopping centers in Kokopo. I didn't detail them, but I used the receipts that to do the report that later we can confirm through the receipts. So the first shopping centers that we went to the shoppings, we spent almost 6,092 kina 70. The dates and the receipts are there. Another shopping center that we went, Tropicana, that's for the food. We spent 1,313 kina 75 toya. The invoice number and the receipts details are there. And then to the market, we bought vegetables, we spent 816 kina. And another shopping that we did to Anitau stores, we spent 430 kina. Anderson Foodland, for food we spent 193 kina 27 toya. K Central, for food we spent 268 kina 15 toya. And our fish supplier, they supply fish to the dining hall for us is 960 kina. So the total that was spent for food is 10,773 kina 85 toya. Another expense involved in the convention is a convention site, the preparation expense, the grandstand that we, not the grandstand, the stage that was decorated. We bought a black lap for 250 per meter is 306 kina. The dark blue curtains that we pay is 105 kina. And the pins is 21 kina. Floor mat 53 kina. And tie wire we spent 51 kina 88 toya. Total is 581 kina 98 toya. Administration expense and other expense, the convention t-shirts that we spent, the t-shirt is 300 set, the blue one, we spent 7,222 227 kina 55 toy. Pre-convention T-sets, pre-convention the white sets, it's all about 200. We spend 5,722 kina 5 toy. T-sets, embroidery and printing, embroidery and the printing at the back, we spend 11,620 kina 60 toy. The website development that we have created, the website, and we send it through the WhatsApp, the link, and some of you might be following up on that. We spend 800 kina. The media operation cost that our media team they operate, we spend 12,000. The printing of the papers, we spend 320. The ink for the printer, we spend 343 kina 30. Flex, top card for communication, to move the work, we spend 512 kina. Another thing you will notice that I didn't call out the costings for the venue. The costings for the venue will be, for the venue that we use will be taken care by our PEN, the Professional Adventist Network. And the current balance that we have, the total funds that we collected, 58,164 kina. You less it with the luncheon expense, 6,542 kina, 45 toya, and less it with pre-convention expense, 15,120 kina, and total convention expense, 58,384 kina, 38 toya. When you less it this amount with 85,164 kina, 64 kina, you will get 5,017 kina, 90 toya. This is our current balance right now. Okay, this is the brief report without the receipts and the source document being acquitted. After this convention, the final report will be acquitted with the receipts, and then will be sent it through WhatsApp, through emails, and then send it to a PNGATSA and other financial sponsors. Thank you, and that brings us to the end of our financial report. Any question?
Thank you, Fletcher Sam. Now it's open for all questions, queries, comments from the floor. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abel Kalambas, and I'm in the association that I'm in is TASA UPNG. I have two questions regarding the report that was presented a while ago. Okay, the treasurer said that part of the expenses for pre-convention, the one part of it says that you guys did spend an amount of money on the transport for financial literature team. Is that right? Okay. I just want you to go on specifically explaining the which you said that it was air transport, right? So was the transport from outside the province and in, or was it within the province? And the second question is about the fundraising. There was no funds raised, meaning there was no fundraising. So the question is, was the executive, did you guys come up with a team of committee, like a fundraising committee, to make plans so that they can make fundraising for the Treasury Department to raise funds? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The cost that was involved, we did not meet the cost in transport costs from the students traveling to Rabaul. Traveling to the Rabaul, we did not met most of them. The cost that was involved is involved in the venue, pre-convention venue here. So when we send out the students, we use that to transport the students to and from. Thank you.
Thank you. Still with Abel's question. Abel?
So, like, you guys did send some students within the province with, like, through air, using that amount of money, or just land, like, on sea and land?
All right, the students that we sent to 5 locations. One is Watara, Duke of York, Lat, that's in Pomio, Warangoi, Open Bay, and Lasul Bay. So the cost of transport involves in those 3 areas. Another cost that involves we transport students from the airport to the transit site too. Thank you.
Does it answer your question, Abel? We'll still complete that, then we'll move to the others.
Thank you. Michael Don from TASA. Just to clarify his question, on the part of the reporter, it said airfares, brackets, literature something, financial literature students, then 1,000. So just clarify that 1,000 and airfares together, like make them join or something.
Thank you. That's AFS for the financial literacy team. We have said that we will budget fees for the pre-convention medical team and the financial literacy team. So I have budgeted 3,000 for the medical and financial literacy team. They asked for it, so I gave them 1,000 so they can come and run the convention. But for the medical team, I did not give them yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Abel.
I was the chairman for the pre-convention, and my team was the medical team, and we were not aware of that budget that you guys made for the FS, and we were made clear that the team has to make their own funds to make funds for students traveling into the province. So that's why we were asking for you guys to make specific explanations on the funds that was included in the budget. But thank you. We
Thank you.
understand.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this. I want to send my apology, but we have made a clarification in between the executive, and we didn't put it out. If you want to put it out, everyone will say, you are doing this, so you have to do this to us too. So we want to give it in a way that cannot be known to everyone. So we want to send apologies for this, for not making clarification to the medical team. Thank you.
Thank you. We do understand that. Okay. The second question, can you explain or give a brief answer to that?
Thank you. Thank you, Abel. For the second, I'll help Sam to explain about the fundraising. All our plans were put forward. Everything that was put forward to carry out our fundraising. In 2019, the executive decided that year is for our sub-provincial ATSA. A lot of times we get into the office and we rob the sub-provincial ATSA for that year that they need to do the fundraisings to prepare for the the conventions. Because a lot of donors, they donate to the sub-provincial ATSAs as well as PNGATSA. So PNGATSA, we respect our sub-provincial ATSA. That is why in 2019 we chose not to carry out any major program, but to allow that year for our sub-ATSA. As you will see in our planner, there was no major project but preparation for the convention. All plans were pushed forward for 2020. However, come 2020, we were faced with the pandemic and the issues that most of our objectives that were not achieved. That is the reason why we didn't deliver any fundraising drive. However, we pushed that forward with the Adventist network, and the Adventist network will be helping us in terms of the hiring of the hall and everything. One of the expense will be taken care by what the initiatives has been set by the former professionals of PNGATSA. Thank you.
Thank you for the answers to the questions, and I appreciate the treasurer for giving the report in a more educational way so everyone can understand. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We have and from the back, Jakim.
Okay, thank you, treasurer. I was the chairman for the medical team. I led them to Duke of York. And on behalf of my team, we accept the apology because it is God that brought us here and it is His work. As well as there was a budget that was given to the team to cater for the medical supplies. And we did not receive the budget, so we used our own budget, but that money, it came through willing hearts for the gospel as well. So we acknowledge those ones that gave the money, and all in all, it was God that brought us here, and it is His mission. So, yeah, I just have to make it clear, no hard feelings, and work for God, so plan making. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakim.
Michael Kombut, UPNGATSA. I've got a question. The question is, does PNGATSA has any debt currently now or no? Thank you.
Right now, we have some debts that we need to settle after the convention. Like I have mentioned, the venue and other transport cost, we didn't settle yet. So after this, we will settle our debts and then we will go back home. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have a hand raised at the back.
Thank you, Klaidura Koko from UPNG. I would like to express my dissatisfaction on behalf of the observers. Many a times I attend the student ministry, and the problem with the financial or the financial department of the ministry is that they do not make it available, the hard copies of the financial report, which I believe those observers, they gave in their registration form just as equally as us, the tertiary students, those ones who we are eligible to participate in the BGM. But unfortunately, they don't have access to those report which they are entitled to know how the association, the financial use of the use of the finance in the association. So I do not know why most of the times we do not make it the hard copies of the reporting available for each and every one of us to have access. I believe most of us won't be talking because we do not have the access to those those financial reports. So what are we going to talk about? If we were to question, we might be questioning the things that were already in the report, and you will have to repeat yourself again. And so all of us will be shutting our mouth, and some of the things that is going wrong in there, we won't be no because we do not have access and we have gone through them thoroughly. So I would like to recommend a suggestion here. If the BGM could agree, they can take that recommendation on board. I believe the student ministry is running on the voluntary basis, and so if we were to print all the hard copies of all the heads seated here, and if we were to print according to the registration total number that you have on there, then it will cost a good number of money to print those paper only to use it during this time of BGM, and then at the end of the BGM, those papers are useless and we will throw them away. And then the good number of money has been used to print those the hard copies of the papers. So I would recommend a suggestion here that if we could print those financial report, I believe we do make the budget prior to the convention, and so we can have them pasted on certain notice board or something. For instance, we slept over there and the girls slept over there, so we can have the one notice board over there and then the other notice board over there. So on Wednesday or something, you can put a talk-survey through the talk-survey master that the reports are available on the notice board, so we can make time available for ourselves to go through. So each and every one of us could have access to the reports that were placed on the notice board, and then we can have fair ideas, and then the things how the money have been used, we can have calculation, then to make the calculation that it is true. So when you come and do the presentation, you don't have to go through all the reports that like now our good treasurer has gone through, but you will have to just do the acknowledgement to those sponsors and those willing hearts who have supported the student ministry, and then let it open for comment, because all of us have access to the report that were already placed on the notice board. Then if the report were accurate, then we will accept that the financial report is true and we will proceed on with the discussion. And if we do find some errors in the calculation while it was placed on the notice board, then we can raise those concerns and we will discuss. And so on behalf of the observers, I suggest, or I express the dissatisfaction and recommend the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion and recommendation by Clyde. When you become, I want to put it this way: when you become a leader, I mean in this department, you will so busy. You will so busy with, other things to do. It is not the excuse that I give, but it has been there. So you will, when you come in, you will feel what is in there. So as soon as we try our best to bring this report across to us. So this recommendation is noted by our leaders, but for now the report is just finished yesterday. And try to do the printing to put up the reports, but we have run out of ink and we don't print more paper. That's why I send it through the WhatsApp, through the PNGATSA group for us to see, and then we can read through and make comments. But I want to thank for the recommendation that you have made for making the copies of financial report available. We will do that next time when new leaders take the office. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand raised here.
Okay, good day. Good day, everyone. Okay, my name is Bakley Yangesa. I'm from MATSA, or Marine Adventist Students Association. Okay, I will make one comment here regarding to the financial report. Okay, the first one is about the registration. Okay, what I have read from the registration, you have said that some of us paid 250 kina, some paid 200 kina. And from my observation, which is not good. We're supposed to pay, every student, we're supposed to pay a fixed amount for the registration and also the affiliation fees. We have to pay a fixed amount. So some of us, we sacrifice, some us, they sacrifice their time, their effort to pay the affiliation fees and also the registration fees. So I just want to make comment on the affiliation fees, which is not right. Everybody must, every student or us must pay a fixed amount so that it will be satisfied, because this program is a spiritual program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment from our treasurer? No comments. Any other comment from the floor?
Okay, with due respect to the treasurer and the team. Okay, dissatisfaction for what the president has stated. We just wasted a year of fundraising. We cannot wait a year to raise funds another year. Like what has happened, it's a great lesson that we all are learning right now. And to the new executives to come, please, there are many ways to do fundraising. There are many creative ways to do fundraising. So please, we should every year do fundraisings. A common trend in most sub-buses, some sub-buses we receive funding from business houses and prominent individuals. Some sub-buses also salim loli na snacks true na also raise him in every 10 to accounts. Most times, what you just has done, past 2 years after ELA convention, of all the, we put stalls every lunch, maybe plus a frame sausage na snacks, and we raise funds, and there's a school being built. And this is a challenge to other institutions also. For us to, you must raising fund law to what, you may making something and bust up. And also to the executives, and for the executives to come, let us not waste money on unnecessary purchasing of tickets and also cars. You must see plenty money law or logistic where you know, getting big plane back, we can use PNV bus or we can walk, or else we can use technology available. You may get the mobile phone, good platform law. You may can use him all man on the ground to make work. In order you may spend him big money in logistics here. So there's a common trend that you may look him bring forward and plenty all money where you may also basa now Narplo sponsor from other end towards trade law, bring him one platen to yeah. You may say waste him, not waste him, but unwise use of the funds in which you may can use him lo Narplo way. So financial management law sub association for the next executives to come now to the sub-asa new leaders, please, let's use the ASA funds, not for our pleasure, not lo baim keke lo pulma pimpelo, hosting big parties, closing functions, but lo using money lo forwarding gospel Papa God. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jimmy, for the comments made. I'll leave it to our treasurer.
Thank you. Based on fundraising, I want to make it clear to us. Thank you, my brother, for raising a concern or comment on the registration and affiliation fee. Most of us didn't pay the registration. Some they didn't pay, but they still attend the convention. Some others, they didn't affiliate, but they still attend the convention and participate in the meeting minutes and all the programs. But we must know that PNGATSA, it's not a profit organization. It's not making profit anymore. It's a spiritual organization. And it's individual that we will sacrifice to move the work in PNGATSA, of God in PNGATSA. So when it comes to registration or affiliation, we must make it our responsibility. It is our commitment and our love to God. We want to be committed in His service. So it's like we pay an offering to the church. We must pay that to PNGATSA. So together we move the gospel. Thank you for that. Another for fundraising, you will see that we do not do any fundraising this year. The problem that we have planned a fundraising that we want to execute, carry out for last year and this year. We planned it, but this coronavirus came in. That's when it came in, so it's like all of us, we locked down and we do not do any fundraising. Our plans that we plan to execute, this thing came and then destroyed Moketa. So we were praying that we must deliver the convention successfully. That's what all of us, we are praying, and that's, we are in our convention, and soon we will be completing our convention and going back soon, home soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer, I have her hand raised here. Can I get a mic?
Thank you, Treasurer. I would like to acknowledge the wonderful presentation, the detailed presentation. Just like to make a comment on the executive team. We all are aware of what has transpired, the consequences, the circumstances, that we were in this year. But I just want to congratulate the team. Although we did not have any fundraising, we were able to host this convention. So I just want to say a word of thanks on behalf of us. Just want us all to look on the bright side.
Yes, a comment from the back.
Thank you, Mac from TASA. Just to add on what Michael from main campus said, he asked if there was some debt, and you mentioned there was. So we just ask him, how will PNGATSA repay the debt? Will it be from the closing balance, I believe 5,000 something, or will it be from the what ex-President JETHRO and Elder REDDY KUAMA mentioned, the 5 kina and 10 kina, or by me moving to a goal of, we'll just move the 5,000 to the upcoming executives and leave it to them, or how are the debts going to be paid? Thank you.
Treasurer.
Thank you. That is the challenge for all of us now. That is the challenge for all of us, and I'm putting it back to the forum, all of us. We are PNGATSA, as I have mentioned. So it is the challenge, I believe it at this
One is presented. That's my question. And do we have the progressing source of fund? Like from hearing from the reports, we don't have the progressing source of fund. PNGATSA is a big organization. We should have a progressing source of fund. Like we should start up a mini business, and those who have graduated and have not been, who are unemployed, can work for the PNGATSA. So we raise mini business so that they can work for the association. It will help sustain the association. When we have such debts, it can come in. Okay, that's number one. Number two, PNGATSA is made up of all the tertiary students, UOG, UPeng, TASA, PU, and all Unitech. So this is my suggestion that the PNGATSA should allocate budget as a capital to each institution to raise up funds for PNGATSA. We, the UOG, I can assure you that if you give us the capital, we can start up something for you. Because we have, in every year, we have fundraising, major fundraising projects, and most of them I've mentioned during our presentation. And I can promise you that if you give us the capital, we will raise a gospel concert, which the funds will all come to PNGATSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Waima. Give it back to our treasurer.
Thank you. The funds For right now, we don't have any people or any organization who is always supportive, but it's based on people they're willing to support the businessmen, or the former ATSA executive. But for now, since we have a link with PNGUM, we have the first support that we received from the PNGUM, we have 30,000. So I think in the future, PNGUM will faithfully supporting us since we are recognized by the church under the leadership of JETHRO MESSIMATO. Thank you.
Thank you, Vacha. Comment from in the front.
Thank you, Ben from UPNG. Mila just commented ma good platter serablo meblalo. Very transparent report. In a layman perspective, I understand it. I understand the report very well, so I just want to commend you for that. However, I have some dissatisfaction and critics to make regarding the, regarding the executive's progress. We cannot blame COVID-19. We know COVID-19 just came in year 2020. And I believe PNGATSA executives assumed the responsibility right after HELA convention. You had 1 year, which is 2019, 2020 lo prepare. COVID-19 and coming to 2020. And now the problem with us advantage is that we don't point him straight not talking. Ellen White, that the want of word now is the want of man who can point the sin by rightful name. And so, me just talking about some PNGATSA executives fail or start him responsibility blow from the beginning. Time will occupy office. 2019. Okay, so Mila put him the thinking go upcoming executives. Don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow will never come. As soon as you occupy the office, work must go yet. Work by ministry must go yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I'm the chairman, so I'm neutral. Me not make any comments, so everything will be back. So I expect you all to understand. If me take him that position, I had to appoint someone to chair, and I'll debate on that. So every comment will be going back to my team.
Thank you. I forgot one thing that I didn't mention to our brother from UOG. The reporting will come, as I have mentioned. The detailed report will come. But the report that I presented is to date right now. So the detailed report will come with the acquittals. So we will be submitting to our major sponsors and to all our ATSA leaders that will come next year. And also I want to thank our brother from UPNG for the comment about us starting in the beginning. This is the thing that we have failed, and those who have come, you will come after us. It's a challenge to you to start working when you get the office. Thank you, and that's the end of my financial report. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in response to our brother about the debt, in terms of the executive teams are working, we do have sponsors yet to help assist, to help sort out those other expenses that are needed to be sorted out. So we assure everyone that the next PNGATSA team that will be taking the office, there won't be any debt that they will take on to the next team and going forth. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Jamal Hogi from the National Lieutenants Advanced Students. I just want to commend the work. Very tough year. You guys did a good job. We are here already. We are receiving the blessings. We are reaping it now. Also, I'm expecting you to accept the critics that has been given, and I expect also the forum to digest and understand and to foresee what is happening, and for the leaders of tomorrow to not to do the same mistake. Yeah, I think that's that. The report is really clear. It is precise, like Ben has put it. layman's term. We all understand it. I believe our time is catching up with us. I want to move the motion that this agenda has to be closed. Thank you.
The motion has been moved. Do I second or objection?
Thank you. Manuel from PAU would like to second that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to second the option? All in favor of the motion being moved, say aye. Thank you. This brings us to the end of our third agenda, which is the financial report that has been presented by the PNGATSA Treasurer. We'll be moving on to our fourth agenda now, which is affiliation of new ATSA and ASA protocols. That agenda has been sponsored by the Unitec ASA. Later we will call a rep out to further clarify on that, and it will be open for discussion. Therefore, I ask someone from the floor to open this fourth agenda for discussion.
I, Bill Nobet from EASA, would like to open our fourth agenda.
Thank you. Second?
I, Niven from TASA, would like to second that our agenda is open for discussion.
Thank you. The fourth agenda is open for discussion. We will have one of the sponsors to further clarify on that agenda, and we'll discuss.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Philan Kwan. We're representing the Unitec ASA for this agenda. Okay, I don't know about other sister institutional ATSAs, but we at Unitec ASA, we faced a problem when it came down to affiliating. For example, me at Siasa, I'm alright, you can speak Pidgin, please, thank you. Okay, yeah, as a Siasa, with the Unitec Siasa, we have affiliated twice this year. We have affiliated to Unitec ATSA, and then we also have to affiliate to the national body, National Siasa. So I just want from the executives that they can clarify the protocols in which especially the sub-ASAs can affiliate, because I believe most sub-ASAs, they are affiliating 3 to 4, even maybe 5 times in a year, and money is a financial constraints for all of us as students. So if the executives can clarify their stance on that.
Who were they? West New Britain, Sanasa, if I'm right. And then you can also see that seculars will give him an auto-clone. Usually that fund where you give him, since PNGATSA doesn't have any source of money, since we are PNGATSA, we have, that's the source of income. It's not that we are registering 1 blah, 2, 3, 4 blah time. This la nogat. But most of the time you will see that in some group, when 1 year end, there's a certain fee where like yearly fee where you have to put that fee so that that particular fee will have to run a particular group. If you are part of any group, you got all fees where, for example, if in a group, if there are 10 people, in order for the group, if the group doesn't have any source of income, it depends entirely on which people. The 10 people. So the 10 people, what do they have to do? They have to make some ways in which to put money or the source of income in. So it's the same thing. PNGATSA, who are PNGATSA? PNGATSA, mibla yoji, Unitec. It's supposed to be annually, meaning that 2020, 2019, you PNGATSA should salim whatever the fee or makim, Unitec should salim come. It's not supposed to be biannual thingy. So that money PNGATSA kisim lo running what? They're running off the office. But you get a point. Only time where we pay the fee is time we play convention like now we are here. Or you Mr. Lotari last time. We don't pay it annually, which it's rightfully when we can talk. We're supposed to pay annually. Because we are PNGATSA. How can PNGATSA run all of this? PNGATSA, you Unitec stop here. Or you UG stop here. You PNG. Is this point clear? It's supposed to be an annual money where Bamblaba put him come inside lo run him association, but mi blano same kosam. But only time lo convention come now, me bla ask him lo money. So there's two pla one me. The first one is time all affiliate come inside lo group. But the other thing, we are the various people that Mipla running, or we are PNGATSA, just to make it short. Am I answering your question? So, before I'm talk, it's supposed to be annually. Pampla puti money come lo running association, but we don't do that. Over the time, I'll ask him. Time lo running PNGATSA convention.
Thank you, Jethro. That point you talk, that's clear, law side, law the institutions and all that, but me talk law the one all provincial sabasas inside law the institutions. Like, for example, sabasa Unitec Siasa, then Unitec EASA and all that. How the procedure in which they will affiliate, because they studied one way that they have to affiliate to Unitec ASA as the mother body, and then they also have their national body to affiliate to. So me ask him the one and procedure which all by affiliate, because now they are affiliating twice. So, yeah.
Okay, the other thing we have to understand that when we are in an institution, last time I talked to two of my brothers, two leader, two different group. For example, if we are at MedFec, one group exists lo MedFec. Tasa. People must understand. If you are in UPNG, one group exists. UPNGATSA. Nasa pa simsala Unitec. Because you mean to CPIC thing, ma. We are at Unitec here. So whether we have sub one and staff, but we are in different institutions in which we are Mibla one. So the only time that the other name comes into play is when it's shift out of the what? The campus. Think him. Out of the location. When you are outside of UPNG, you are wearing that other hat. When you are in Unitec, you are no longer CSA, but you are what? Unitec ATSA. Think him. You stop with MedFec, you know CSA, you know EASA, you are TASA. This line clear, but me play it confusing, me play go come so like we put unnecessary field law within law group here. Specific place, specific location, names changes as well. Just same thing we also talk. When we are in an institution, we talk UPNG Adventist Student Association. But when we are in the church, UPNG Adventist Student what? Ministry. The same thing. Am I answering your question? I'm clear, audience. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jethro. Any question from the floor? Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, the executive of the day, and with due respect to all. According to the constitution of PNGATSA, part 6, section B, I just want to help my brother out there. It reads that all provincial and regional sub-association and tertiary institutions shall affiliate to PNGATSA and shall be recognized by PNGATSA and the Seventh-day Adventist Church of Papua New Guinea. So you have just explained, so I'm a bit confused about the constitution.
Okay, thank you. So that part of the what is referring to those who are all not being part. For example, at this point in time, we plan to get one province, we plan to get New Island, all no coming at Manus, all no that part of the constitution and refer all this. You get a point. All this we all no come one me at New Island, Manus, one em narap again. Western already or not yet? Not yet. Is it clear? Oh, okay, Senior Frank.
Thank you. We'll have our professional.
I think the confusion is in the terminology. We have affiliation fee and there should be membership dues. So what you would be referring to are membership dues. So as members, we are supporting the mother association. So in Unitec ASA, we have the sub-associations. That would be for fundraising for the provincial association. So they have to be separated from the rest of the Unitec ASA. So for that, what would be the term? for that identification to take place, there has to be affiliation, and that is paid in that way. So previously that was the case, and that practice has been going on, and it is continuing now.
Thank you. Any more comments, questions? We have a hand raised.
Thank you. Brother, I'm talking, I'm true blood talk. Okay, for example, case lemme mi puti lo yoji context. Or lo yoji atsa. Ente lo yoji atsa mi blagad simbu yoji simbu students, okay yoji anga students. But yoji atsa no sa request team registration fee lo all these groups stop inside lo yoji atsa finish. But this group, when they want to travel to their province, all by represent institutions, so they have to register or affiliate lo province lo all time gola. So also may so confusion when I'm talking about like Asia, and then also for the membership due and MM clearing finish. So to the point there, there's also a need for a manual for this. So when we come as PNGATSA grow, it becomes more complex. So when we want to finalize things, we have to put that in place. Actually, I was going to raise that on AOB, so I'll just keep it that way, and I'll raise that point on AOB. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Any more comments from the floor? There's a hand raised at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to, Moses from Unitec. I don't know about the other institutions, but we have a very unique relationship with our tertiary, the institution and the provincial assets in Unitec. For example, if I want to reach the civic students and to evangelize with them, I don't use the Engens. That's a cultural barrier. We must understand that. So the civics evangelize to the civics, as well as the Engens to the Engens and so forth. And as an institution, we have a very unique relationship. But as JETHRO mentioned, if you want to register, you have to register under the institution. So you are first a Unitec student and then a provincial ASA. Because you are in university, you are first a Unitec student and then an EASA or a CIASA or whatever it is. That's point number one. Number two, the Constitution doesn't give exact guidelines on how to register, and that's the point I think my brother Philion wants to make. If I register under Unitec and if Unitec affiliates to PNGATSA, am I affiliated also to PNGATSA through Unitec as well as CIASA? And that's the question. I should pay one fee that includes all the institutions. I should be affiliated through Unitec ASA as well as CIASA and so forth. So I think that's the question. Should we pay one fee to affiliate in all of the programs and activities in both institutions and provincial, or should we continuously pay several fees? And as you mentioned, JETHRO, is that we members, we contribute to support the operation of the group that we are in. And so I believe we should come to an agreement or come to an understanding that should align how we pay the fees. So for example, if I pay 100 kina into the account of Unitec, it should also cover as part of my fee towards my provincial sabasa as well. So can the PNGATSA coordinate that? I think that's the question. So if I pay 100 kina, maybe 30 kina, PNGATSA sends it to whichever provincial ASA I'm affiliated with, so that my fee paid once covers everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Moses. If there's any more issues in line with the comment made by Moses, could raise it up for discussion.
Okay, just my idea or just my understanding, an association from how I view, from my perspective, or I think some of us in here is that you buy association if you got constitution blue stamp. Okay, so I'm not sure if the specific groups in UOT have a constitution or not. Okay, so these are criteria that will make you a recognized association in order to affiliate to any bigger associations. Like in TASA, we're not just TASA at all. There is no MEDFEC Simbu students, there is no MEDFEC EASA or anything. The only group that they are a part of, apart from TASA, is the national CIASA, national EASA, and others. So apart from that, the only one of the criteria that should state if you are a recognized association or not is your constitution. That's from my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mac. If you come back, we'll have a comment from Waima.
Thank you, Waima from UG. Human being, we are only one person. We are not two person. So, to clarify on the UOG ATSA, we do have sub-ASAs, but it depends on which group they are in. If they are in the provincial ASAs, they affiliate to the provincial ASA. If they are with UOG ATSA, they affiliate to UOG ATSA. Okay, basically this is for insurance. Okay, when they are affiliated to UOG ATSA, then we owe their heavy blood, bambla karam, and through Lomibla. Okay, if they affiliate through the, let's say for instance, Eastern Islands. If they affiliate through Eastern Islands, then heavy blood by Eastern Islands and by karam through loan Eastern Islands. So I think either which group you want to be part of, then you affiliate to that group. You're not going to come in a two-block group like coming for convention and then you come for Eastern Islands and then by confused lyrics. So I think it depends on which group you want to affiliate to.
Thank you, Waima. We have a comment from JETHRO.
Okay, thank you. The idea you me kata but how me pla puti me make him I'm confused you kata. Clear. The idea all of you like got, but how me pla puti me words make him na you go foul. So if me can put it a simple term, if what me talking to him wrong, please. In an institution UOG, we understand that you got all SASA staff, you got all EASA staff, you got all CIASA staff, you got all SANASA staff. But you are in an institution where you won't be registering the group into UOG. Because you make him up UOG, who are UOG? Who said them all UOG atsa? MCSA or one staff. So while you are in that particular institution, you are a member of that UOG ATSA. So you will be registering as what? Group or individual? Individual because you are UOG ATSA or Unitec ATSA. But when you come out, now you will participate in program. Now if you want to be in institutional or in provincial, that depends on you. Clear? Suppose you come learn now, even though you are from CIASA, but no katon plus CIASA, so it's okay. Maybe just come as Unitec. Then you just register as Unitec and you participate in the program. Because that money, your money is running the what? The program. So I think, understanding Lomium, in an institution, we should be registering as individual. Osem, brother, I am talking. When you make Osem, UOG ATSA is what? Taking ownership of whoever the member. When you become a member, that means that whatever the name, that particular name is looking after you. I'm clear or I'm confused? I'm clear or I'm confused? I'm clear. Minimum, when you are in an institution, you are an individual person. Now you like I said, you are siasa, sanasa, you are sasa, wasa. You think? When you are outside of the fence, now you want to take part in it as a provincial or institutional. But when you are within the vicinity of your campus, you UOG. Brother, I'm clear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a comment from Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. This is a very, very serious concern, bro. Big lord. ATSA clubs like EASA, Eastern Island Students, Simbu, Jioka, Southern Islands, Nainga. Maybe that's how you say, some this level institutional ATSA, okay. If you are around provincial club to staff in institution, one on me staff. And then when it comes to ATSA convention, understanding blue just foul. ATSA am not blah, maybe provincial not blah. This is cholem stuff. And this is competition emas nogan stuff. Once you start in institution like UOG, you ASA staff in UOG. Okay, UOG ATSA you must act underneath UOG ATSA. And then okay, you like go out province you. You start national ASA president or national ASA executives. But you start in institution, you start inside ATSA, like UOG ATSA president, executives, down the line, all but go to you. You know, provincial ATSA, national club, executives by go to you. And you must have inside. And then by report and come straight. Now one of you register go inside member straight. You start two players now you confuse me player or me by register or province lumina come or me by register or institution come. Me plato second. But one of you stop when you represent you must stop in school and then you register underneath school ATSA where stop lungem. And then you come. Time you come and by you not to say more me blow. Civic me come about. Me come to Unitech ATSA so but me give him civic report on what. I'm not going to you come in civic Unitech. Time you come to one block and you must stop to one block. Association you must come. If you like join him civic now you come. And civic must affiliate now you come join him this like ATSA now you may come. And then civic can comprise him example to me toga. Or not for secondary school so. Colleges, staff in General Province, and become the national president or executive lord. And then become so if you learn join him this la, and then you go to this la you come. If you learn join him institution you come, and then you start in institution you come. You must make him same. And then report them back all right, everything about right. You may come to this la province, this la institution, but me blow this la province so. Ina be representing province blow mia. Question me blow lo staff concern blow province blow me blah. But you must act in staff in province or institution. You must team up now you must stop so you submit under law ATSA or act staff in one on institution blah staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I have a hand raised, yes.
Thank you. Benjamin Tigom, Unitech ASA. I'd like to move a motion that the leaders, the PNGATSA executive sit with the leaders and to address this concern on a table. Thank you. And also would like to close the motion. Thank you.
Motion has been raised by Benjamin that this issue be addressed with the leaders. A motion has been raised. Do I hear any second?
Betual Kritus, PNGATSA, I second the motion.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion been moved, say aye. Thank you. This brings us to the end of our fourth agenda, which is the issue of affiliation. We'll be moving on to the fifth agenda, which was sponsored by our UOG and Unitech in terms of our pre-convention and convention programs and activities. Therefore, I'd ask the floor to open this agenda for discussion.
Hi, Ngobet Tawampe from MESSIMATO would like to open the agenda.
Mary Kaupa, UPNG Medvec, like to second the agenda.
Thank you. Our fifth agenda is open for discussion. I'd ask a sponsor from a rep from Yogi to further elaborate for that for discussion. Thank you.
Pre-convention and convention. We this agenda, according to I think the policy. Those we made a discussion. I will have my brother Jimmy to come and because we did a discussion, so can come and we will talk about that. From my perspective for pre-convention. Is there any budget allocated to each institution to run the pre-conventions? That's number one question. And for the convention, okay. Shall we have the other sponsor to come and talk on their point of view, and then I will get back to my executives and we'll come back for the further discussion.
Thank you. We have a rep from KUAMA.
Okay, on behalf of KUAMA, regarding the convention and pre-convention, that's discussion from our team. The idea of pre-convention, it's prior to the convention, right? So we usually, it's like we usually come and then a week before the convention, we do the pre-convention and then into our convention. So we suggest, Unitech also suggests that, just an idea, why not we start, because it's pre-convention, prior to convention year, why not we start for example, 2021, we put a project in place. A project example, we say a classroom in the place that we want the convention, like during the year. We'll be voting our new convention site in this BGM. So if a classroom, and then we work together with UOG. Like example, Unitech, we have architecture students there, electrical engineers there, mechanical engineers there. In order to do the projects, like most of the projects like example, in Sonoma, if we want to build this big building at the back, the structural engineers, if the structural engineers come and do the geotech work and other work, feasibility studies, it's another cost separate from the building itself. So why not we have the UOG, UPNG, and other? We have intellectual students. Soon they'll become professionals. Like example, we have Philan in Unitech. He's an architect. He'll become an architect in the future. This is last year. So it's like this. Philan can design a building. It's for free. You get, if the building costs 7 million, for example, you'll pay Philan 700,000 for this particular building. But in case, not in case, but in that case, fill in, do it for free. So we can like just get a construction to come and just assist in building this. So like for 2 years, we can put a project in place. For example, a project in place. So we work on this project till the convention year. And then during the pre-convention, we can do the other like awarenesses. And then leading up to the main event before the pre-convention is prior to convention week, we can open the major project and then we proceed on with this small little idea for Unitech. So we can like, with this we can engage other universities that we can work together so our bond will be strong. Example, I said in a classroom, we can get UOG in, UPNG in, so we work together. That's where we build our relationship as institutions through a major project, and then we come to the convention to celebrate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Grafi. Just further clarification on that, where Grafi, the Unitech team are coming from is a maximum to maximize all our resources, that's its institutions. Normally for the technocrats, they normally deliver projects and it doesn't happen just an year. Normally we go to the convention site and students try to implement or design buildings, so that takes a time, takes certain period of time. So I believe from the point that they're trying to raise is how best can we use every institutions together. With the technical thing, they're suggesting if they could implement the project not on the convention year, but the year early, and it's a long-term objective. They'll be working towards it. Towards the convention year, they'll be opening or the comments of the projects. As well, with the medical team, we have our team coming in to actually implementing our medical ministry during those times. It's how well can we use each institutions in the respective field to contribute towards the pre-convention activity. And it shouldn't be limited to only a year, but can be spread throughout those 2 years. That's the point that they're bringing towards the floor for discussion. I'll bring it back to the UOG team.
Thank you. Due to time factor, we are moving a motion right now to move a motion that all the pre-conventions to be held for the years to come will be major projects for the PNGATSA that will comprise of project executive or project team coordinator from each institution. So that the motion being moved right now will be a 2-year plan for the pre-convention. So at least we put out a solid pre-convention, something that is very solid to give back to the community as PNGATSA's impact project under section part 3 of the Constitution, section 8K, community projects for PNGATSA. So I'm moving a motion right now in front of the quorum and the executives. So if we agree, I'll leave it to the chairman to move the motion so that we will put in place each institution to come up with a project coordinator. So the project coordinators will work individually at their own time to come up with the projects after identifying the needs of that specific convention area, so that we plan 2 years in advance and not just the last minute to come and make a rush pre-convention. So at least we plan independently, pre-convention independently from the convention. So I'm moving a motion right now. I'm leaving it back to the chairman.
Thank you, Jimmy. The motion has been moved that we have a long-term 2-year plan set in place for all our pre-convention activities. Do I hear a second? Or objection?
Thank you, Unitech and the UOG for the wonderful idea that you proposed as part of the agenda. I would support that idea. I would totally support it. But taking into context that they're speaking on their field of study, and also we have to consider all the other fields of study also. That's very important. One very important something that you must consider.
So, wait, are you seconding or you're objecting to make a point?
I'm seconding.
Because a motion has been moved. If you're seconding, then it's second and everyone will vote in. That's
Thank
the
you.
process.
I want to make a comment also.
As
Let
the
me make a
chairman,
comment. Thank
I
you.
have the order of the
Okay,
floor.
thank you.
So you either second or you object, then you state your point.
Thank
That's
you.
the order of the
I
procedure.
second. Just to comment on the executives, I, as the chairman of the financial literacy team, I was given a job on.
Thank you, brother. If you have anything apart from that, we can move it and you can discuss that in AOB. This is a motion has already been moved. If you second it, it's been second and the floor will vote that in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I second.
So my brother second, all in favor of say aye. Thank you. This our fifth agenda about convention and pre-convention activities. The motion have been moved. That brings us to the sixth agenda, which is PNGATSA office. Can I have someone from the floor to open that agenda for discussion? We'll have someone to open the mic. Call him name. Thank you. Second. Thank you. The sixth agenda has been open for discussion. The sponsor of the agendas, Unitec ATSA. I will have a rep to further clarify on that and we go into discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Avinunul Geta. Stuart Kalan from Unitec ATSA. It's about PNG ATSA office. Okay. Michael Kombut from UPNG has mentioned. It's PNG ATSA, and A stands for the Adventist, that part where EM Sanaposemlo Adventist. If we carry that name, Adventist, and if we are recognized by the church, do we have an office? That will make it more formal or some true church and recognizing me or some organization inside long Seventh-day Adventist Church. That's the question. Me don't office or no? And suppose me no have office. Do we have any plan where I'm starting progress that will help us so that me got on office so that PNG ATSA can get on good organization where office plan station. Now me can say all query blowing pla. One up me can go documents. Everything is in place. So that's the question here. If me no got office, then do we have a plan in progress to make that happen?
Thank you. JETHRO will share some points on that.
Okay, thank you for the agenda. Awesome talk Pinisha, but I think this one we'll have to leave it to the new executives so they can talk with our leaders from PNGM. But initial negotiations has already been taken place. Maybe ask him to President LESLEY but check him container. You plus have a container also make office. So we'll have to put that container in the what? PNGM banis. So all our little stuff we can put it inside while waiting for them to give me office. But LESLEY no, he didn't get back to me whether I'm buying container or not. You plus I think him those container with all office yeah. But that's a good point where we'll have to talk to the PNGM. But one advantage thing is some of our student ministry members are now taking the leadership role in PNGM. So hopefully I have faith that they'll create an office for us. For example, Pastor Sumatao and then the president as well. Rapol is also in the advisory committee with Mr. Awo Baleki. These are people who are supporting diehard for student ministry. So I won't promise you, but I'll follow up with the new leaders and we'll make sure we'll secure our office. But for time being, please, Unitec students can look for the container with the office. So because we have some little thing, we don't want to put it in a youth director's office and if anything happen, I'm clear. So container I'm still hand with Unitec. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Our patron has a comment to make.
This is a very long issue. This office issue has been around for a long time. I'm a professional, so I'm sitting down. I'm being very quiet about it. But, the church can speak for themselves on this issue. But from what I've heard is that there is already an office for PNGATSA because you've got a youth director that actually looks after PNGATSA. As far as warm body is concerned, there is already one. All they're waiting for now is an approval for an associate youth director who's going to be responsible for PNGATSA alone. That's all they're waiting for. So if you want an office that is a physical site, then that's a different story. But if you want an office that's got a warm body, you've already got one. The youth director himself is the head of student ministry in this country. Yeah. So they've got a warm body already there. The next thing now is to appoint an associate youth whose sole responsibility is the student ministry. He won't be tied down with youth. He will specifically look at student ministry. All right, that's one point. Next point I want to make is PNGATSA is not a registered organization. Therefore, you cannot hold assets. The only people that can hold assets for you are ATSA Foundation, Anis Foundation, PEN, when they are registered. That's the second point. Third point, as an academic, I'm part of the academic, PEN academic team. Our sole responsibility is to ensure that Adventist students complete their studies. I sit on boards, and my heart pains when an Adventist is excluded. And for you at UPNG, we have been meeting. And some of you have been excluded, and you know my position on those things. I don't want SDA students to be excluded from university studies. So you don't have the time and energy to go and raise funds and to run all those things. That's one other issue to look at. So I want you to think very carefully about these things, please. And let's restructure so that we are effective and do things well. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder KUAMA. Many more comments on the sixth agenda, sorry. Yes.
Just one concern for the consumption. Sorry, please. I'm sorry for my inexperience. My name is Tiwode Amasere. I'm from Siasa. Okay, for the consumption of Siasa and some interest that followed us, and as stated by our chaplain, that this association it's not registered. Therefore, I'd like to ask this question, and we also do not have an office, and it's an office business. So, I'd like to ask this question: that is our traveling here as an insurance cover for any unforeseen losses that we may face along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
We had a big problem when SEASA had this issue, when they had their convention. And PNG went pulled back. And some of us were very disappointed. But PNGUM said that, well, they didn't come through us, and we did not actually, register them, and we did not see them as the youth and follow the normal youth process where they are actually insured, things like that. But with the new arrangement now where your chaplain is the youth director of PNGUM, it will be his sole responsibility to ensure that your travels are looked at in terms of insurance. That's the idea. And it is the responsibility of the youth director from PNGUM to ensure that all of you are covered coming here, just as a normal process that the youth, every other youth, go through. So that's something that the executives can work together with their chaplain from PNGUM in order to sort those things out. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Any more questions, queries from the floor? Thank you.
Thank you. Just a word of thanks to JETHRO and Elder KUAMA for the wonderful clarification and all that. I just want to make a motion that, I believe everything has been mentioned clearly, so I just want to make a motion that we move to close this agenda. Thank you.
A motion has been moved to close the agendas. Second.
I can Pogana from Unitec. I second that we close this motion.
All in favor of, say aye. Thank you. Our sixth agenda has been closed. Moving on to the seventh agenda, which is online registration and database, that has been sponsored again by the Unitec ASA, up for discussion. Can I have the floor to open it? And we go into the discussion. Thank you. We're running out of time, so thank you.
I, Dwight Manape of UOT ASA, open the agenda.
Thank you, Dwight. Second.
I, Jessica Wanto from PNGATSA, second the seventh agenda.
Thank you. We will have the sponsors of the agenda for clarification. Then we go into the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart Kalan from Unitec ASA again. Online registration form and database system. I would like to thank the executive for the, I should say, first phase or something like that for the website and the form that was created. But to the fact that minuting was semipla get using this website on a form when we filling for registration. We are in the 21st century and we are intellectual sitting right here. And Mipla can make him add, we can do that. Now, if Mipla looking clearly that technology is efficient, now I can make you something and can save him cost too. Like for example, registration form filling na salim kam. Right now, some of you sitting, you are not registered, and we cannot keep records of that, and we cannot track that. But we tell to such e-systems or platforms, online registration form and database, we can do that. So I can help him administration blow PNGATSA body as well. Regarding the form that was created, I believe it's a Google form, and I'm not sure whether we have a database system in place to track the students, and there are the students in every institutions that we belong to. So that's the point here. If we have further plans to carry out such create such platforms so that they can help him efficiency in a consistency of records of PNGATSA.
Thank you, Stuart, for clarifying on that. It's open on the floor. Any comments, points for discussion? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Engelbert Tawampe from ASA. Thank you, Unitec, for the way forward. I salute you. I, for one, salute you for the great idea. Okay, now, having said that, okay, PNGATSA, it's a student-oriented group, and we have not have a permanent source of income as yet, but it is underway. So online registration, I think it really needs some costs. So if you guys, Unitec, can clear whether it does really need a cost to do online registration and all those, because as far as I know, I'm down there at DW, and online registration is a bit costly exercise. So I'm just concerned from the student point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. The question has been asked for Unitec to clarify. Are there costs involved in the online registration? Thank you.
In terms of the cost, I can suggest that just like what we have mentioned for the pre-convention, the students in specific fields we also applicant, they can take the job with them or that opportunity to help PNGATSA as a free will na making. And if there are other, if there are equipments to be purchased, then PNGATSA can come in for the server side. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your questions? Any more comments to add on that?
Just one comment. Okay, to be on the safe side, I agree. Personally, I agree. But why not you guys do a sample in some of the ASAs? So if it works, then you bring it up to the PNGATSA. So we save risk. So we do some sweat analysis, so we should know. So at least you do some samples probably in one of the ASAs and you bring it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or respond to the comments made by our brother from Divine Word?
Thank you to answer that. As that was the agenda that Mipla put in. So if no good, PNGATSA katomla plan on nogat Mipla la sawe. So we are following also normal procedure. If all talk then Mipla can make it or we can take the initiative. But right now we are at the BGM, so all of us can have a say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a comment in front.
Thank you, Betwell, UPNG. My comment, firstly, thank you to Unitech. In fact, I'm a big fan of that. I was proposing that as well. Thank you. Site block, co-site, Google Form is very efficient. It's very efficient now. I mean, user-friendly, meaning to say that you just send a link and then send the information. Information will be kept online. It is safe. It is safe, so what only working, it's very good. It's very good, so it is nothing to be discussing about. What from my view, or when I'm meeting longan, if PNGATSA no got a plan lo disla, we can accept that, and whoever who say only creating penis, if there are some things that need to be ironed it out, propose them and for the next convention, we collect the data and we know the population. Thank you.
Thank you, Betul. Have a comment?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great initiative. We cannot overlook that initiative because we have to cope up with the changes of time. Association has to evolve from one stage to another. So it's a great initiative. But there are pros and cons of initiating such initiative. Okay, we cannot talk theory on such idea because we cannot talk theory. I trust Unitech because you people are technology people. It would be better if someone has already done that and show us. And if it is working, then we can implement that idea. Thank you, just my comment.
Thank you, bro. Just to clarify, we already established our website and all our online registration has been done already. Now that agenda has to be brought to it, the floor for discussion, and if they accept it, we'll do the launching. That was the main idea behind the agenda brought forward. Thank you. There's a comment.
Thank you, Abel from TASA. I would like to move the motion that we accept the idea that has been given by the Unitech ASA, because we also have used the Google Forms in other research in other institutions to do up research, so it is very effective in getting information from the students across the PNGATSA body. Thank you.
Thank you. A motion has been moved to accept the initiative that was given by PNGATSA. Do I hear a second?
I second this motion with all my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of, say aye. Okay, thank you. That brings us to the 8th agenda, which is policy guidelines. Can I have someone from the floor to open it? Thank you, Stuart. Second. Thank you. The 8th agenda is open for discussion. We would have JETHRO to give a brief introduction and a summary of all the policy. Then we'll go into discussion.
Thank you. Our time is also running now. So, I think the President circulated 5 policies already. Just a summary on those 5 policies. The first one, it's about meetings or responsibility of the chair. So nothing new, everything that we have been doing, but the only difference is it has been what? Documented. Who said no reading policy 1? You block no reader. Those who has the PDF file? Sample bibliogaron no Unitec. So you can understand that the first one is just the responsibility of the chair. It's the normal thing every day. I mean, not every day, but time meeting. Okay, the second one is venue selection. But the only thing that is new in venue selection is, like, when you want to appoint a venue, at least there must be a hall like this with access of Wi-Fi and all narabla. But it's just a documentation. So there's nothing new. You agree or not? Online you reading policy 2. So everything when we making it was just documented in a paper form. But after all this, you ask him. Number 3 is convention budget. This is a very important one. Before the convention starts, the first meeting that any executive can do is do your planning and then do estimated cost analysis, implementation schedule which comes in, and then your key performance indicator. Once you have done your planning, and then what happens the next thing? You identify what type of work you're going to do, and then your implementation schedule after the planning already been done, implementation schedule, and then your estimated budget, estimated amount that you think you're going to use for that particular pre and convention and pre and convention. So it mainly talks about that. But if we don't do budget, then you don't know how many fundraisings that you're going to do to meet that target of yours. And then you also need to know the type of, the source of incomes that you have. So for the third one, it talks about the budget, which I see that it's very important, but it's just a documentation of which should be nothing new. Those people are reading, am I saying the right thing or wrong thing? So third one was about budget. It's important to do a budget, a proper planning, and then a schedule, implementation schedule, and then your key performance indicator. If you are a president, what is your work? If you are a vice president, what work for you? By what time you're going to complete that particular job? It's the same thing. Huh? And then the fourth one, that's the fourth one I think some of you will have some questions to ask. That's PNGATSA election process. In this particular documented one, like it says that one of the things, 6 months prior to the convention, you left to appoint 4 nominees from your various. For example, if you are at Unitec, you left to appoint 4, UOG 4, UPNG 4. And then those 4 names, you'll have to submit it to the committee, the council, PNGATSA council, which will be comprises of the pastor, chaplain, people who are not part of the current. Then they'll have to accept that nominee. And then after the nominee is accepted, then you know that you are one of those eligible persons that you'll be contesting for either president, vice president, secretary, or treasurer. But just from my own view, personal own view, I see that this one, it's not really good because the reason is, if students knows that, election, people will be doing election for this 6 months period. Me right or man? So for those of you who play redeem, you play talk. So I see that this the fourth policies need to be reviewed. The fourth policies, it needs to be reviewed. Okay, the fifth one, sample you plus not okay. Money goes in, but no receipt here. I have been discussing this agenda with Patron and also some other senior people that we need to have a group of professionals where they'll have to audit its on a terms performance. For example, online. After the report will give him, there will be an independent group who will audit him and check him, make sure everything in balance. If not, that means they'll be held responsible. And this group of people will not be part of PNGATSA or not the students, but they will be what? Professionals outside. So in that way, the student ministry will have what? Integrity and honesty. Because plenty of time, you know, money for some people, they all market in 20 or 50 banana, or come contribute 100 kina. For some of you might think that 100 kina is just one day earning, but for some people it's 1 week or 2 weeks. So, for fifth policy, it talks about PNGATSA Executive Committee terms of reference. It lo narapla in a political one also talk on ombudsman or what's doka. These are the people that they make sure that you perform your work. If you don't perform your work, what happened? You move out, but it's not only you. There are a lot of students who are willing. I'm clear. So the fifth one refers to professionals who will be part of this law, but guide him, make sure some more leaders to PNGATSA, they all make him one and all by make him. And then we also had leadership code of conduct already. So if we'll make him anything, we have, in terms of finance, if anything goes wrong, these are the group of people who are all by holy mall na talk. What happened to this money? Any question? The only part where I think I need to review is PNGATSA executive election process. Who said no got copy blow this la? Please put him on, me too hungry. Who said got copy? Who said got copy? PDF. Put him on one tab. Me too low to talk, in you to. Okay, so good number. But when me talk, you all agree or say, me summarize him monogat. Yes, sir. So, I think fourth one need to be reviewed. So this one will not be effective now. The next BGM, Bamla Passim Dislagul new play executive, so they'll review the fourth part. Pass them, lo next one overlook if everything is okay, over pass him. So si blokota forum agree, talk I. Okay, objection.
Thank you. No objection has been raised. Continue.
Check. Thank you. With due respect to the compilation of the policies, PNGATSA, you mean serious to make you something. 2015, the release from General Conference President Pastor Ted Wilson, the establishment of PCM, Public Campus Ministry. It's on YouTube, the channel. Papua New Guinea will be spearheading, especially PNGATSA. We will set the foundation for the whole world and the Seventh Adventist Church. And after 34 years, our last BGM at 30, we have all for the first time, Elder, to have all the mission delegates to be present at the AGM, to witness formally PNGATSA and recognize it as part of the youth ministry of Papua New Guinea Union Mission, and that's a very great achievement. I'm no kamlo golden plate. Our pioneers, all man all Lucy life lol for student ministry, and this has come a long way. Maybe I talk him short and sharp. We will not accept these policies. These are not standard policies. Okay, for a way forward, seriously set him the platform for the upcoming PNGATSA. We have to appoint a committee right now because we did not have time there to set in place a committee for every department of the Seventh Adventist Church, we usually have manual. Is that correct? We have church representatives. So we have a constitution in place. So to bridge the constitution, we have how many sections? How many parts of the constitution? We have 8 parts of the constitution, 43 sections. So to bridge the constitution to the church manual, we have to, this BGM has to give power to an independent committee, a manual committee. Layman terms I'm using, those going past by Savelo, which committee to put in place. So a committee in place so that for all the sections, with due respect to all good points come. But the formality of these documents, it's not standard, to be honest. This is not a standard documents to be accepted by a BGM of PNGATSA. I'm very last minute and I'm very late. We should review that a long time ago, and then you may come. We should give critical comments earlier within those 2 years so that you can come. The final copy should be discussed and accepted by the BGM here. So for now, these are just only parts. We have 8 parts of the Constitution. So for the policies, must cover all the 8 parts of the Constitution, and also with the church protocols in place to govern every function of the PNGATSA. So we have a standard process. One part solo policy by guiding 1 section of the Constitution, but we have policies that will govern all the 8 sections of the Constitution. So we have uniformity and not just policy for 1 section of the Constitution and some section no in policy lo guide him. So there's a big gap and stuff, and that's very critical. So bridging again go begin lo or some many of the points that we raised within provincial ATSA, we are gathering here. But the provincial ATSAs and the district ATSAs, there are many issues. As PNGATSA, my brother LESLEY, we went there to Simbu AGM and we got fried. People cried straight and we walked out. And so there are many issues to be covered. So of the 8 sections of the Constitution, you may have to come up with very good guidelines so that fit him the whole of PNGATSA that will inclusive of the provincial ATSAs and the district ATSA for a uniform structure that will set the foundation for the student ministry. Even in Papua New Guinea, we will model the world. So this BGM is the only platform that you must mark him that committee in place for church, including church representative, pioneers, professionals, former executives and current executives, and general students. So I'm leaving it open. You can discuss in this level, put him on the independent committee to sit down and plan for the manual and the policy guidelines for the ATSA. This is not just something that you can amend him just 1 section, now got another section, you may lose him. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. I believe JETHRO would like to make a comment on that.
Thank you. You know, not everyone remember everything well. No continue someone that talks well, talking more some don't believe everything. Huh? So me talk thank you, President Lo, UOG. You know, it's a good comment. We want this kind of, critical. You don't just accept whatever people talk him, you talk yes. Sometimes we might oversee. Sometimes might be out of ignorance, kind of same. So what I'm talking, I also agree with what I'm talking. Because if you see the Constitution, we have Constitution, but most of those sections, people know what policies are. So for this one, if you see this level 5 law policy, it governs only part of it, if I'm right. So if you read him this law. And I also agree because that document, the 5 policies, I think President Chalim kalau mila astin and mirit last, mi paini matlo ba understand. Now we summarize him because mi lugi time goran mi angry too so. But I don't want you to accept this policy. A critical analysis is very important. But law side law, admin line of all fail law, Salim said, policies out so all students can read while at their own school. Na sawe what a minimum. So now come like doesn't necessarily need lo like summarizing what it is. You know what it is. So you just have to talk him. So what I'm talking about, it's important. So this one, it was only sent today. So considering what I'm talking about, I think we have to leave this goal honorable executives. They have to appoint a committee, an independent committee, and that committee will not makeup of the students. It will be independent minimal professionals. And then they can see. But suppose all students got any concern on them, they can send into that particular group. So the group will come up with specific policies for individual on them. Because compilation of, when you compile all of those things, it becomes a what? Manual. It's the same as if you just see the church manual. The various beliefs and the concept with church, they elaborate no putime. Supported by all church, that Bible text. It's the same thing. So once we plug out each particular section, by the time when we compile all of them, it becomes a what? A manual. A manual is a book that you see and you make him. It governs any activity that you do. So I think that's a good, important point raised. So we'll leave it to the new executive. They'll appoint a committee which will be made up of professionals only. And then they won't do everything all at once, but one policy at a time if there's a need. So I'm clear. So we won't be accepting this one is just the all leaders will put him come agenda BGM for that, so that this one will be worked on by the new leaders. I'm clear. So I'll leave it to the chair.
Thank you, Jethro. I stand here representing my team. We would like to apologize if the information that haven't reached out to leaders. I believe last year we disseminate the information, but we won't go back to dig the past. We take the responsibility and apologize that the information didn't reach down to each and individual members that should have been done. So that's the apology from my team. Thank you.
Thank you, President. I also make my stance clear and support Jim. And I reject this policy guideline. However, I don't find any wrong with the policy guideline. I don't find any wrong with the policy guideline. For the reason being that before I read through this policy guideline, I was just scanning through the constitution of PNGATSA just this morning. Now, sadly, I just found out that the constitution doesn't provide for this one. It doesn't really provide for this election process, venue selection process. All these things are not captured in the constitution. And the constitution now has many loopholes, And I'm wondering why and how PNGATSA has been operating. Now, appointing display leaders in the appointing display venue, select a venue number there. How have we gone on doing all this? While our constitution is now ineffective, as I can say, I'm ineffective now, why going ahead now, come up with manual again? Why not we just appoint an amendment committee, constitutional amendment committee, spearhead him, capture this one in a provision, insert him into the constitution. Let's fix our constitution first, because as an association, like one of my brothers said, association gets is effective because of its constitution. This is the only guiding principle when guiding association around the association. And if we don't have a formal, effective constitution, I don't find any reason why I'm calling PNGATSA association. So our constitution now has many loopholes. So I suggest, me rejecting this plan, and me suggesting go on nuclear executives or the board, you come upon the constitutional amendment committee. Now let's amend our constitution and let's fix our constitution before going to other subsidiary principles or precepts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. I would have someone to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mac, Tasa, again. Mr. I wanted to brothers Lumi from UOG and main campus. And also to have, just to air out my dissatisfaction with policy number 2. so that when you guys do an amendment or whatever the law guys said, you guys can, put it in now. So the policy said nothing about pre-convention, okay? And especially policy number 2 about venue selection, it was all for the convention side, main convention side, and the pre-convention wasn't taken into consideration. The requirements and criteria, and we'll establish main convention thread. So are we indirectly saying that the venue for the convention is going to directly affect the pre-convention? Because places that may not have requirements for the main convention may have needs for the pre-convention. So just something for you guys to think about when you do whatever it is that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Do I hear any motion from the floor? Could I have someone to move a motion that we push this forward for the new executive to get that on board and address that issue? Any? The resolution is. So the resolution of our agenda number 8, there would be a committee that will be set in place to really look at the constitution as well as review all the policies, and they'll be the one leading out to carry on that, our policy guidelines and going forward. That's the resolution. So we have someone on the floor to move the motion, and we have a comment.
Sorry, let's be specific. That committee will be set up to review these policy guidelines or to amend the constitution. These things are not captured in the constitution and needs to be captured in the constitution as they are very, very important. Time you rule the constitution, these are the things that are playing big part over the convention. So these things need to be captured in the constitution past them before we come up with any other manuals.
Thank you. I'll have JETHRO comment on that.
Okay, thank you. Me ete mi foul levels. Amen na review ya. Mi no loman. Okay, but from my understanding, was review samla sanin staff finish so you look samla wrong so you just edimo. But amend and whatever. Are you putting a new idea in? Me right or on all line? Eh? What is amend? Or low line, please. I just want the two terms to be clarified. Amend and review. What do you mean by amend and review? Explain to Platem Cholino Narabasan.
Review, yeah. Review when things are already done. You just review. Amend to insert.
Thank you. You talk about understanding. So that's a good one. I think Bambla Putim Golo all new line. Or do you want us to appoint someone, but it must be a professional? I'm not a student. Do you want a team where all by amend him? So you play forum but decide. You play like him all new play leaders loba mark him, or you play forum but mark him 1% loba head him. You play like him new play leader by head him or forum but mark him. New play leader or put him on. Nogat na suppose forum. Now narabla nogade. Is my question clear? You play like him the amend team loba or new play leaders pa appoint team, or you play forum pa appointing one blood chairman number marking committee. Huh? One blood talk please. Okay, get a back.
Clyde Koko from UPNG would suggest if we put a responsibility to the upcoming leaders and they can take on board and choose the chairman they feel flexible to work with to review the.
Okay, thank you, Clyde. Any objection? Yes.
No objection, but I want to second the motion. Thank you.
Second, na usah pasim.
Thank you. We'll have someone to close it, and we'll move on to the our ninth agenda. So the resolution has been passed. We'll have the next executive to take that on board forward, and they'll set a committee in place to amend or to do with the policies and guidelines. So I would have the floor to close our eighth agenda.
Aku Seneki from PNGATSA would like to close the agenda.
Thank you. Second.
Ben from UPNG second.
Thank you, Kelly. The eighth agenda has been closed. We're moving on to the ninth agenda, and I think we'll be moving on to the ninth agenda, which is the agenda everyone has been waiting for. So I would ask someone from the floor to open our agenda.
Ayuwai Makube, UOG would like to open the ninth agenda to be discussed.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. For our ninth agenda, it is appointment of new leaders and venue. And this is where the chair will be giving over to a neutral chairperson to conduct the appointment, to chair the appointment and venue selection. And officially, as the executive, existing PNGATSA delegates will be officially exiting the office that we are sitting in, and that office, it's up for new appointment and election of new leaders. So I, as the president of PNGATSA for 2019 and 2018, it has been an honor, it has been a privilege, and I've been blessed to be called to serve for these 2 terms, even though we faced a lot of challenges that have come our way, which was tailor-made and unique in our term. We thank God that He has never failed us, and He has brought us, and amongst all the challenges, we managed to deliver our convention, and everyone is here. So as the president, I now officially vacate my position.
To God be the glory.
Just before they continue on, just apologies from other executives who are not with us. On my right, that's Elder REDDY KUAMA, patron. And next to him, our president, LESLEY Mark, Jonathan Mendal, vice president, our treasurer, Fletcher Sam, and then secretary, LYNUS. Chaplain, it was initially Pastor Lonol Winnie, but now a new chaplain came in, I forgot his name. Pastor Ezekiel. Okay, I'll call his name. And our spiritual leader is Pastor Sumatao, but he's not here with us. He's the new secretary for PNGUM. You know, every year is different. 2017, 2018 was a different year. 2019, 2020, there's challenges. Every term is different. Not every experience is the same experience. So President talk finish. So now we'll give it to our Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you, PNGATSA students. and my fellow executives, my good president, and my CFO, my secretary, and my PNGATSA executives, professionals, our good advisor, Ray Paul, my patron, KUAMA, my spiritual leader, MESSIMATO, and my chaplain, LYNUS. It is not that to be a leader. To be a leader, you will have many challenges, many pressure coming from all the corners. And as a leader, you will accept. I am very privileged to have this post while we were attending a 17th Biennial Convention at REDDY. And I would like to thank my Unary Acha and Ambassador. They appointed me, UPNG students, Unitec, UOG, not forgetting all my provincial archers. They appointed me to be the Vice President for PNGATSA after a long existence of disaster. Though it was my first time to attend the 17th Biennial Convention at REDDY, but I was privileged to appointed and elected as a Vice President, and I accepted that post. And it was, despite all these circumstances that we've gone through so far, it is now we come this far, and I can say our post is over, but God's mission is not end today. Will be continued. Thank you very much, and I will officially, as a Vice President, vacating my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan Mendal. The next person is Fletcher Sam, our CFO.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank my God for choosing me to become the CFO for PNGATSA. And also I would like to thank my friends and PNGATSA members for your trust and confidence in me to become the CFO, and we have achieved the mission of God this far. I will officially vacate my seat, but I will not officially vacate my mission with God. Thank you.
Thank you, Fletcher Sam. Next one is our Secretary LYNUS, and the surname is Mr. Hade.
ZYDUSOWAKRAM is my surname. Before the graduation, the registrar for PAU asked me, please can you write your surname on a piece of paper and give it to me? I said, so I will give it to you. All right, thank you. Firstly, it was in that dorm, the dorm 6, room number 7, I prayed to God before going out to Hela. I said, Lord, if it is your will that I will do your ministry in a national level, then let it be. God accepted my prayer. And I prayed to God and said, God, in the room, I wrote GS for GC. Because I say to Lord, if no Papua New Guinean can do, if no Papua New Guinean has done something in the general conference level, then I can do it. I say to God. Because our God is a great God, and we must do great things in our lives. My secretary post started in the church. While I was at Mount Diamond, during my high school, I was the secretary for Pathfinder. When I came to Sonoma, I was the secretary for Sokol Atsa. The following year, I was the secretary for Eastern Britain Adventist Students Association. Then the following year, I was the secretary for PNGATSA. My secretary post started from church to school to province to nation. And the next step that I'm looking for, by God's grace and God's will, I'm looking forward to the secretary post in either in PNGM, SPD, or General Conference. That's my dream. I would like to thank God for His leading in my life, despite the challenges, despite the uncertainty that we have faced through this year and the last year. I'd like to thank God for His leading in our lives. God is great, the Lord is good. Secondly, I'd like to thank NBASA. It was NBASA that made me to hold this post. I don't know what is student ministry because I grew up in an Adventist home. But through NBASA, I learned a lot. I learned the student ministry through NBASA. So I'd like to thank NBASA. And also I'd like to thank the other ATSAs and ASAs from various locations, various institutions in a professional association around the country. I'd like to acknowledge and I'd like to thank you all for your presence here with us today. On behalf of my team, the patron, President Leslie Mack, Jonathan Merai, the Vice President, CFO, Treasurer, Fletcher Sam, the Secretary for the PNGATSA 2019 and 2020, I officially declare and say that I vacate my post. And thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. We'll give it to Patron.
I've been with students for a long time, since Kembubu days. I went to Kembubu to do my high school. Those of you who are here, I want to go back and see Kembubu. Yes, but with ATSA, I actually first met ATSA or had anything to do with ATSA at KUAMA when I was deputy principal of KUAMA. I had a little singing group that I sent down to Salamaua. That time Don Polio was the president, and Ivan Pomaleo, now the new secretary to the Prime Minister's office, he was the vice. So I sent this group of young guys from KUAMA down to Salamaua. And just last year, when we came to launch this convention over here, one of the members of the singing group was driving our car, and he said to me, I was sitting at the back, he said to me, Mr. KUAMA, how do you feel when, this is your team from KUAMA? We used to call ourselves KUAMA's boys singing. How do you feel now when you see that we are all, involved in student ministry, God's work, even in government? And I said to him, I'm over the moon. I'm just so excited. Well, that basically sums up my feeling. I am really excited and over the moon. I have been, you get to be with these young people and you get to cry with them and you get to, when things go tough and you are there through thick and thin. And, it's been wonderful. And I have really enjoyed working with this team. We've had our issues, but they've done very well. Thank you, Leslie and the team. My two colleagues, the professional, Ray Paul is not here, Pastor Subatao. Yeah, so Ray Paul was one of the members of my singing group, and hope they will bring the footprints across over here because that was my singing group from KUAMA. Yes. But I have been very privileged to be with PNGATSA for the last 2 terms, basically. JETHRO was the one who convinced me in Alotau to join PNGATSA. I never really wanted to become a PNGATSA patron. I was happy being a PNGATSA patron. But JETHRO came and convinced me, and I'm happy to have been able to participate and to see the growth of PNGATSA. I see a lot of things happening. I see there's a long way yet for us to go. And with the new executives coming in, my only piece of advice is you stick close to principles of the church, work in harmony with one another. If you have issues, sort it out. Right. try and listen to some of the advice that your professionals will give you, right? And filter out which advice you can pick up. Our job is to be around to support you and to give you that. I've got my own professional group. I am a member of PNG Adventist Network. I'm also a member of ASI, Adventist Service Industries. And I've got other professional groups. So those are me. So sometimes young people, when you come to me for advice, I'll give you my piece of advice, but I won't push you. I have been doing that over the years. It's just an advice, you take it or leave it. Okay. Because it's a student organization. You have decided to, or you have got a constitution, PNGATSA. I think when the church comes and becomes a very strong part of you, they may ask you to lay aside the constitution and follow the constitution of the church. They may ask you to do that. I have a suspicion that that's what they might ask you to do. Some of the constitutional things that you draft in your constitution may not be applicable to what the church wants you. I want you to be open-minded, please, and we can work together with our beloved church. So yes, we are all leaving our seats now, and we thank the incoming ones when they are going to be voted in. So God bless everyone, all the students, happy to be here. Flew in this morning and happy to be here. Thank you, everybody. I see Melky over here. Wow, great. Thank you. They're here. From Alotau on to Tari, and now here. Yes. So thank you again, everyone. God bless the incoming one when we vote them in. And thank you, gentlemen, for a job well done under the circumstances. You know, it's not an easy set of circumstances, but well done. And God will bless you in what you're doing. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Patron. Paitim narap lahan gen lol. Okay, with that, since they officially they can join they can be in front of they can sit anywhere, and they're also involved in voting as well. At this point in time, I want to invite the pastors to come out. So the pastors will be in front to count the votes. So I think we have one of our pastors at the back, Pastor Daniel. Pastor Daniel. Yeah, Pastor Daniel, Ricky, please, if you may come up to the front. And any ministers or pastor within the ward, if you know that, by on one side. But I know that pastors are always honest. Thank you. So we have 3 rows, at least we have 3. So that's good. They will be the one counting the votes. No good me counting vote, no by platin me one side. Okay, we have 3 of our pastors in front, and we have 3 rows. If you think to some you vote, please no come sit down lo back side. Maybe like a plenty space tape. Maybe from Bizo na go down no say maybe like a mantap. This la aine 1 na 2. 2 na go down no same. If you put your hands up, we won't count your vote. 2 na downwards. Sa aine count a fan. Fan 1 and down, if you are seated somewhere down there, your votes will not be counted. Fan 1 and downwards, that means you are observers, so you won't be. So the eligible voters at tertiary institution, our grade 11 and grade 12 will observe. So that means fan 1 go down no same, even if you put him on, your votes will not be counted. Thank you. We'll start off with the first blog post of president. Before me put him this style away, but give him nominee. you know, when you become a president, it's something where no one is going to pay you. PNGUM, no any particular individual, it's a volunteer work. If you see that if someone appoints you, now if you look at Muslim, your commitment will be divided. Just do the honorable thing, I won't take the post. If you see that your commitment will be like divided, meaning that the next year, if you have a girlfriend or boyfriend and you want to be committed to him or her, be honest, no. Or you look at Muslim, next year we will be, your study is very difficult, so you don't have any other thing to do, just be honest, no. So in that way, student ministry must move on. No good come to a point where you look at Muslim plenty work, so you don't have time for student ministry. And then come to a point where you see that you are busy with a student ministry and a girlfriend with, hey, you messed up now, you must find a new player. So you have to be honest to yourself. So commitment is number one. That's what I'm trying to say. If you see, you know yourself better than me. Externally, I can see you that you have commitment. I mean, you are faithful. But when it comes to commitment, now the interest, the motive that you have, it's only you and the Lord. I can't read your mind or your heart. The person can read his God. So you have to be honest about yourself. I'm clear? Thank you. So we'll have 4 nominee for the presidential seat. Agenda already been open. So someone to open the agenda for president. Nomination of the appointment of new leaders na venue open pinis. Can someone to open nomination of the presidents? Yes, your name. Sorry, before I'm talk, like we are university students, you don't need to talk. Someone, you looking for something move, you just stand up, that's you talk. So I'm go sema. Okay.
I, Emmanuel Samuel from Wasa, would like to open the nomination for president. Thank you.
Thank you. It's clear. So now Bamblak nominee for our leaders 20. Or someone to second.
Hi, Nathan. Nathan of CSA, second the nomination.
Okay, thank you. Nathan second. After this open second, the next one go melagamo ta girls lo ba making bios. Minul gol meri tok toke. After this nomination, I want the girls lo ma second him na open him. To be fair, okay, opening second done already. So now we'll go straight into a nomination. Okay, first blahan lea. Objection?
This is regarding the eligibility of the nominees that we will be nominating. In the Constitution, I've went through and there's no proper indication of the eligibility of the presidential seat that will be nominated. And so could you please just verbal out some of the eligible candidates that will be nominated? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The eligible, number one is you must be a student. 2, if you are now 3rd year, next year by your 4th year, and then the following year you won't be a student. And you might get married too, or you might do other things. So that means you are excluded out of the, you won't have the status as student. That's what I'm trying to say. So that could mean that for you to be an eligible person, you must be year 1, year 2. And for some instances, we also study go 5 years, 3rd year. Yes.
Just a comment. I believe our president was year 3 when he got nominated and voted in. So your statement doesn't make sense.
But according to one suppose you look at it's a student ministry or student association. By the time, if you complete, for example, for the case of LESLEY Mark, location I was 4th year, 4th na 5th year, 17, 18 na maybe Ksim. You got some instances where, like for LESLEY, he's supposed to lose position when another students would take. That's a rightful way. suppose law name. But the crisis, the issue mi plagate, it is not spelled clearly law constitution. That's why like people argue that as long as they're at a student age na all they can continue on now complete him work block. That was the argument they will make him. But if we were to be strictly one it won't be 3rd year. Because one year but you will be still student and the following year you won't be a student.
But since there's no constitution that says that, I believe we can allow for 3rd years too. If they feel that they will be loyal and they will be faithful in their duties as a student, now they are eligible currently.
Okay, thank you. As I say, I'll rule for the decision. As I've mentioned earlier, if you feel that you'll have commitment, apart from your busy schedule, whether your work or your school or your relationship with any person, you accept that position. Huh? If you feel that your commitment will be divided, just do a honorable thing that talks, sorry, me decline. I'm clear. So that means, online ba eligible of a vote, year 1, 2, and 3. So that's all. Oh, Abel, last. Oh, you la working nominee. Okay. Okay, Abel.
I, Abel Columbus of TASA, would like to nominate Niven Yainta of TASA to be one of the nominees for the presidential seat for 2021 and 2022. Thank you.
Abel nominate Niven of TASA. Any second?
Geraldine from TASA, second, his nominee.
Geraldine second and nominee. Where is Niven? Accept or decline? And one thing, before you talk, I don't want anyone to clap. No clapping. Thanks.
I Niven Yainta, I accept.
Okay, accept. Next nominee? Objection or what?
Can we have one professional up here to get the minutes, because I'm eligible to vote plus the secretary, the current secretary. So can we have one of the professional up here?
Thank you. Please, I'll ask my brother Frank Manuel to come. Okay, you talk. Comment or objection? You can sit down later na time block county vote so na plus. Okay, objection.
We just have to get the president's up and verify the status of the student.
Whether
At least
they-
we get the fit and proper person to be an eligible candidate for this position.
Okay, thank you. I got a point. What he's trying to say is someone must be a faithful member and someone must be baptized. That's what he's trying to say. So time will mark him, you know, you stand up na talk, you talk him who you are you a leader in your group or whatever position you seem, and then, so we'll ask Niven again. You introduce only, so you one part lo TASA. Are you a choir master or? Thank you. So as I've made it clear, for you to be eligible, you must be active students. Active student minimum, you still start the school. And then narapla, you must be a baptized member. Those are two important things. Baptized member and active. Some members are baptized and yet they are not active. That's another thing. Baptized and yet not active. But we have some where they are active but don't know baptized. But in terms of the executive post, we want those who are baptized and are active. Objection or you love? Test.
Okay, objection to, the name, Waimakube from UG. Okay, everyone has the potential to be a leader. Maybe someone was not given a chance to express or to display their leadership role. And during the course of the year, those people who nominated all look away. And as Simikam Stapel here, all of us, there are some people who have witnessed their leadership roles that they've displayed. So voting can determine whether they will be leading or not. So I think there's nothing to be discussed about that. So we just nominate and then everyone has the potential to lead.
What the point of the discussion is, we want a leader who is actively involved in the church and is even baptized but in the church. That's the whole matter. Also, we've been to previously the same idea, but I mean, we are coming in a different word, so we are confusing ourselves. A baptized member and actively involved in the style of church. Minimum, you baptized, you Lucy Lotu Ramron staff, you call convention so sim leader. Is it clear? Okay, planti hand and okay, one plan lo namel. Objection or?
Just Roman from Wasa, just a suggestion. When you look at the PNGATSA, it's a spiritual. It's a spiritual kind of that basically we're promoting the spirituality of our. We want to save the souls. So leadership is very important. Let us please consider the spiritual standard and how you can go na to some no is active magis we just vote them. It's not like that. Today Jesus is coming very soon and devil is not sleeping. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm further elaborating what active member in a church are. Okay.
Thank you, Christopher Peter, UPNG. Can you clarify again on the status of the students? You talking about him baptized member and active members also. Enough you clarify him about him status for students or active inside the student status or kind of thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This la minimum. You got sample where all baptized, but all no active. All no active simply means they don't go to church. Think. So active is a general term, but which minister I'm rightfully explaining what it is. Am clear or you like me talking in another way?
Example, if me excluded, am I eligible to?
If you're excluded, then the part status blue of a student I'm not now. So if all marking you, you have to be. Because next year I'm not apply, we don't know where you come on or not. Think. But if you are 100% sure, next year if you have the confirmation on the mayor, this is student ministry. So we want, because we don't have a constitution I'm talking so as a chairman working rule of this law. If you have a letter where confirm as next year by school, if you are second year and you terminated. I'm clear. Okay, Damlo.
You.
And Observer Lawrence Kombut, I am just suggesting why not we nominate and then we have the leaders in front, they introduce themselves, and if we agree to nominate them, then we go for the vote.
Okay, thank you. That's a good suggestion. You pla agree or not? Hmm? Okay. Yeah, so if a nominee accept, that would simply mean that like he or she knows that MT Mogata recommended. Okay, I'll give it to the pastor and I'm going to clear him.
Procedures, people may not understand him, but what brother I'm talking about, I mean like just clarify. I think you may misunderstanding what I'm talking about. Time one man you will nominate him. It would be nice to have the president of which group he is coming from to second, and that gives verification also all group want them leader belong give him authority lomania and by sana. I think that's basically what you were trying to say. We need somebody to second who has a good standing, so you may want to even not clear lomania, but we are taking it by the fact that leader belong this group all work verify him, all work give him sponsor this name. I think that's basically what you were saying. So if we can do that, I think it'd be easier for us to understand. Group also standing dog on us one and non nominate him. How many more years he's got, they understand, and then we can take it from there.
Thank you, Pastor. So I'm clear. Okay, last plalo, Waltasa.
Okay, thank you. Bami straight aside law. Our nominee, Niven, is a excluded student. I think that's why I'm simply attention and commercially clear. He's our president for this year, but due to his exclusion, he wasn't able to continue for semester 2. So semester 1, I'm leading Mipla, and semester 2, I'm not coming to class, but he was also with us throughout the whole year. I'm not coming back here, blessed them, and he's new written with them standing in the lab, new broke account them. And unlike, I'm not sure about other institutions, when you guys get excluded and all those things are one of the procedures you guys are taking, but in medical school, JETHRO will know this, when you get excluded, there is guarantee that same day you get excluded, the application form, you fill it, you give it to the executive officer and sign him, and next year you can repeat. That's the assurance we have. That's why we nominated Niven. Thank you.
So I'm clear. Our president, I'm in absence, I'm in stape, I'm no come annual Theo. But since I'm the chair, I cannot support what all make him, but also maybe talk previously. As long as they confirm that all will continue, they are allowed to be nominated for the leadership role. Suppose no ka tok pambla ko straight. Okay, last plalap.
Thank you, Chair. I think the constitution in that area is very vague, so we cannot, Chair, can you control letting the forum to give ideas? We'll be running here and there all over the place. What has already been placed in the constitution, let's stick by it and let's get on with the nomination. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So some of the things when no supplement constitution, I'll have to use my power to make him decent. Because the more people ask him, is no style constitution, so people don't have to come to an agreement. Think ma, someone has to do a decision. Okay, last question or last.
Sorry, I do not have the question, but as the concern for time, we have 17:04 now, so we need to have a timekeeper to, because we have our program coming up in the afternoon too. So I'm just, if we can have a timekeeper right now, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Wilson.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wilson from PNGATSA. I think regarding this one, it's not captured in the Constitution. So whatever decision we make here will be our precedence for tomorrow. So I think those ones who have been excluded are not eligible to be voted in as an executive. And if you are not a registered student for this year, you are not eligible to be voted in as an executive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Forum baipla rule. So the forum will rule whether online will excluded now. All Bakamlo school, do you want them to be included or no? If no, no. If yes, yes. So me put him this question. I don't want people to talk with no time. Right? So Bible forum make him decent. Okay, the question goes. Those excluded students they know that they'll be coming next year. But if you don't want them to be nominated for a post, if no, okay, put him on. Put him heads down, heads down, heads down. Heads down. Heads down, hands down too. Heads down, heads down. Those who are excluded, but they know that they're still coming for the studies next year. But if you don't want them to be nominated for a post, suppose you less, hands up. No come spy. Thank you. Hands down. Suppose you talk yes, hands up. No come spy, me talk. The first vote was no, the second vote was yes. Heads up, hands down. Okay, heads down. Heads down, everyone, heads down. The middle rows, all where you talk yes, hands up. For those who are excluded to be nominated, they know that next year they'll be coming. Hands up, hands down, heads up. So our pastor is heads up. Our pastor is in front, so he'll give us the result. Test.
Okay, so the first vote was for they wouldn't be eligible for nomination, and the second vote was for they would be eligible. Okay, so from the votes, the excluded students that are going to be continuing are eligible to be nominated.
Mito klepe no gati plarin pinisa. So forum you decide. So this one is online or excluded. They know that next year will continue, will be nominated as well. Suppose no kat narabla scheme na tintin mi plaba continue one time nomination. Emo right? Okay. First nominee already. Next nominee. Oh, the person at the back. Yes. Oh, okay, yes. Tok go come na mi also. Give.
Thank you. I Steward Yamasere, from CPIC Adventist Student Association would like to nominate Mr. Samson One from Hela Adventist Student Association as a potential nominee for this Papua New Guinea Adventist Tertiary Students Association presidential post. Thank you.
Any second?
General Willie from West New Britain Adventist Student Association would like to second
You school or where?
Mobex Training Institution.
Huh?
Mobex Training Institution.
Okay.
Taking away chess. Would like to second the nomination of Mr. Samson One.
Okay, I'm second him. And where is the candidate? Okay, your response, yes or no? The candidate respond.
All right, thank you, sir, Chairman, for this hour. Of course, not that Hela student will vote for me, and not that who has nominated me will vote for me. So it's a Papua New Guinea that will vote for me. So therefore, I just have to make a little intro myself, my education studies. And
No, that one you'll have to come to the front, but
Oh,
for
okay.
now it's yes or no?
I'll say accept the nomination.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I, Samuel Awayang from UPNG, would like to nominate the third candidate for president seat. I would like to nominate Stuart Kalan from Unitec. Thank you.
Okay, he nominates Stuart Kalan. Any second? Okay, give Michael.
I, Clinton Benabo of Unitec ASA, would like to second the nominee.
Okay, he second the nominee. Where is the candidate? You respond yes or no.
Thank you. Thank you for the nomination. I, Stuart Kalan, would accept the nomination.
He accept the nomination. Okay, Namel Bizo.
I, Bizusuke from EASA, would like to nominate Clyde Urakoko from PNGATSA. Thank you.
He nominate Clyde Urakoko. Second?
Inarikum from Yojo want to second the nomination and also want to nominate.
No, you can't second and nominate. You'll only do one thing. So, as I say, I'll have to disqualify this. So I want another person to second. Yes. You're
I, Brian Krinimoy from EASA, second nomination.
Okay, Brian, second the nomination. Where is the candidate?
I respectfully accept.
So he respectfully accept. Any nominee? Okay.
Thank you. I believe we have reached the maximum number of nominees. I would like to move a motion to close nomination for the PNGATSA president.
Yeah, so
post.
he moved the motion. Any objection? Okay, you talk.
Objection. I want to bring in my nominee, just last one.
Okay, as a chair,
Chair, you made a decision.
I made a decision initially, but then, as I've said, it's not, majority of you are still putting your hands up, so since you're objecting the decision, you can do a nominee.
Thank you. I, Samuel Nelson from UOG ASA, would like to nominate Waima Kube from UOG as a intending candidate for presidential seat.
Any second? Roland putting mana game, Mike.
I, Jonathan Jacob from UOG, would like to second the nominee.
Okay, he second the nominee. Where is the candidate? Yes or no? Stand up, out of respect. Can you stand?
Okay, thank you. Waima Kube from UOG. I accept the nominee. To be nominated.
Okay.
Voted.
So he accept the nominee. Any last? Wilson?
Wilson one from UPNG would like to nominate Ben Kelly to be our potential president for 2020.
Wilson one nominate Ben Kelly. Who second? Stand up, Wally Mike.
I, Samuel Holpa, would want to second.
He second. Where is the candidate? Accept or decline?
Thank you, Wilson, for nominating me. I accept.
Okay, accept. So the reason why me walk in decent means na ala yupla lo make him I don't want me less to yupla pelata. So me lare mi yupla lo makim so pamla ba vote. With that, we'll close the nominee. Anyone to close? You talk, this Lobex. Fletcher.
Fletcher Sam from PNGATSA would like to close the nominee for presidency. Thank you.
Close the nominee. Who seconds? Stand up. Okay, stand up.
Jim from UOG, second the double motion to close.
Okay, he second. So now we want our all the nominated ones to come up. The 6 of them. Time so you play it up now yet nakam. I don't want any hand clapping, huh? So what you do, your name, you come lo one name cause you kiss him, one name pat you take him lo acha emtasol. Thank you. We'll start from here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. With due respect, my name is Waima Kube. I am UOG current UOG president, baptized. I'm taking a Bachelor of Science in UOG. Thank you. Oh, third year. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm from Central Arigo. Lalu producer banana.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Clyde. Asene Murakoko. I am from Eastern Highlands Province. I come as a UPNGATSA. This year I work as the male spiritual leader and also as a president of UPNG Eastern Highlands Adventist Student Ministry. And for my district, I also held a position as the president. I'm doing my third year at the University of Papua New Guinea, taking computer science.
Ben is my name, Sanem Kelly, doing third year UPNG. Now I'm the outgoing president. 2019 I was the spiritual leader, and I'm studying law.
All right, thank you, sir. Right, my name is Samson Hone, and Samson given name Sanem Hone. I'm studying at IBS University and second year, Bachelor in Business, major in marketing, and also studying at UPNG Open College as well, some other course in business too. So anyway, just to express my studying for the presidential post. Of course, I have the good experience in the student ministry, running the convention. I'm the former House of President indeed, and of course participate running our own convention, and also I do assist the 17th Biennial Convention with JETHRO MESSIMATO, as well to host at Hapore, and those experiences give me a good attention for me, and mostly confident here to stand for this post. It's not a big thing that I can also to go out, but with the help of God that we mostly depend on, we can take the journey and the march forward, whatever the lies, the silences. I know the association the club association affiliate to PNGATSA, and PNGATSA have the silence. And I believe and I hope that with the help of God, we can sail through in this ministry. And we can keep the fire burning for the ministry. So if you believe the same energy that I have, if you believe the same hope that I hope for, if you have the same faith that I do have, then do so. And of course, it's Samson Hone, running for the presidential post. But let the will of God be done. We are leaders. If we have not been able to be one of those standing here, is not able to be get the force, then God knows what tomorrow the leadership task is ahead of us. So we will just accept whatever the result will be gone after this. Thank you. God bless.
Good afternoon. My name is Niven Yainta, as you have all known. I've been introduced. I'm sorry for the little time lap, but I believe God always has the last say. He knows. So I'm just a willing heart to serve in His kingdom. Thank you.
As I've said, any person talk, no clapping. Next.
Thank you. My name is Stewart, surname Kalan. I'm from Enga, taking up computer science. This is my third year. And as the saying goes, God no looks at los awe blowing plawane. Only wants us and like him availability blowing so. And can use him time pla available. You wanna kind money and can transform you look making work machine blowing. After all, let all good things happen for the glory of God, so let God's will be done.
Thank you. Now I'll kindly ask all of you to go at the back of just close to the side there, so you don't see whoever that votes. So kindly we go out. As I've said earlier, suppose you stop on first the light na gora no sem baino na vote. So the secretary has the name, so I'll get a name and then we'll follow from the first list to the last. Thank you. Be honest. We all in the chapel. Vote one. Na please. You play talk lumina no spy. I'm clear. If you spy na vote, your vote will not be counted. So we'll start. All heads down. I don't want any of you to spy. All heads down, all heads out, down. Sometimes we look spy yet. Heads down, heads down. Our first nominee, if you want Waima Kube from UOG to be the president for PNGATSA 2021 and 2022, hands up. Nokem look kamantap. Eye down, hands up only. Hands down, nokem look kamantap. The next candidate on the list, the next person on the list, if you want Clyde Urakoko from UPNG to be the president for PNGATSA 2021 and 2022, hands up. Hands down. The next candidate, if you want Ben Kelly of UPNG to be the president for PNGATSA 2021-2022, hands up. No come spy, please. Arim talk me. The next candidate, if you want Samson Hone, IBS, to be the president of PNGATSA 2021 to 2022, hands up. No come spy. Lo English, lo spy also to ko. Hands down. The next candidate, Niven Yainta of TASA. If you want him to be the president of 2021 to 2022 of PNGATSA, hands up. No come spy, hands down. The next candidate, if you want Stuart Kalan to be the president of PNGATSA 2021 to 2022, hands up. No come spy. If you spy na hand kwantap, your votes will not be counted. It's invalid. No come spy. Hands down, heads up. And then can someone call him leaders from Dalawaka? We'll ask the candidate Lubakal front. You know, not everyone will be president. Only one outlaw this law. But we acknowledge the spirit they have to accept the nomination. So we'll ask Pastor at the far end, Lubakam call him result, Naba call him who is our president for 2021 to 2022. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The new president for PISA for 2021 to 2022 is Stewart Kalan from Unitec.
Thank you. We can go down and take our seats. So only time to vote is, only time to clap after the declaration. Apart from that, please, no unnecessary clapping. Can someone do the writing? What is the writing? Me to keep initially. If something come to an end, you see me at nakirap na to me close him na open him the next one. Yes, Fletcher.
Sorry, I'm not here to open a close, but we have 10 minutes before 5 o'clock. So I'm just reminding you guys for our timing for the program too. So
Okay, I'm talk 5. So I'll ask the quorum. Suppose you like Lubambla nominate him, okay, the leaders past them na go, or you want us to postpone. Suppose you talk, you like him postponed, you talk aye. Heads down, heads down. People vote. Heads down. Suppose you like will complete the nomination of the leaders now. Put him hand one up. Thank you. I think it's majority, so but we'll continue. Okay, someone to do the writing. Close the first one and open the vice president. Yes. So he close, and he open him to next one. Huh? Okay. Someone to second. Meckleton second. So now we'll get the nominee for the vice president. Okay. So he nominated Clyde Urakoko again. Any second?
I, Christopher Peter from UPNG second.
So Christopher Peter from UPNG second. Where is Clyde? Your response, yes or no?
Thank you. I accept.
So he accept. Any nomination? Meckleton?
I, Meckleton Nafoti from medical faculty, would like to nominate Niven Yainta for the seat of vice president.
So he nominate Niven again. Any second? Any second? Okay, stand up, Natok Tok.
I, Abel, would like to second the motion of the nominee, Niven.
Abel
Columbus.
The candidate?
I accept.
So he accept. Yes.
I, ZYDUSOWAKRAM from PAU, would like to nominate Natasha from PNGATSA to be the nominee for vice president.
Natasha who?
I don't know. Yeah,
Okay, from UPNG. Yeah. Any second, Natasha from UPNG? Sanap. Mino need to talk about Sanapa. You see it, maybe Sanap.
From UPNG second. Natasha
Okay.
Kolka.
She second. Where is the candidate? What's your name again? Sorry. Jessica.
I accept the nominee.
So she accept. Any
Sorry,
nominee?
the nomination.
Any nominee? Miles lo kilo one side chola. Wala instalo one kona mixim. Okay.
I, Arnold Karenga from Unitec, would like to nominate Dwight Manape for the vice president seat.
Any second? Sanap, Sanap.
I, Philan Guan from Unitec, would like to second the nomination. Thank you.
Where is the candidate? Yes or no?
Thank you. I accept.
He accept. Your name again?
Dwight Manape from Unitec.
Manape. Any more nominee? Okay, any more nominee? Yes.
I, Pedro Sapui from Diwanwood University, I want to nominate Engolbe Tawampe for the vice presidential post.
Engolbe
Tawampe.
Engolbe Tawampe. Second? You will second him. Okay, second him.
I, to John of Tasa second nominee.
Okay, he's second. Where is the candidate?
Thank you. I accept. I accept.
So he accepts. So far, how much the candidate? Okay, last one. So we already have 5, so I'm going to vote Lotisla 5. Forum agree? Okay, we'll ask the 5 player lokamantap. Those who will introduce finish panokat, but the other 3. So, me talk kamantap time. So, 3 player will all know introduce it. Tell us your name, what name, school, course you kiss him. We'll start from here.
Hello, Avinun Amamas Destili Blogata. Thank you. My name is Engolbert, surname Tawampe. I'm from Eastern Islands. Currently, I'm doing my second year at Diwanwood. I'm taking medicine. I'm the National Secretary for the Eastern Islands Adventist Student Association, and also I'm the current spiritual leader for Diwanwood, and also Vice President for the Diwanwood Archer. If it is God's plan, I'm willingly to sacrifice my time to enhance God's gospel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natasha, surname Koroka. I'm from Western Islands Province, and I'm doing my third year at UPNG, taking business management. And I am the current Vice President for UPNGATSA. And if it's the Lord's will, let His will be done.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dwight, surname Manape. I'm from Eastern Highlands Province. I'm one of the NEASA executives, like Tawampe. I'm the editor of National EASA. I'm third year in Unitech. This year I'm the MEHASA, Morobe EASA president this year. Like my two friends had said, everything happens for a reason, and God has plans for everyone. If it is God's will, let it be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Pueblo Costa, Plosite, Plochetse. So heads down. We'll follow the Narapla Tupla nominee, you black please, Niven and Clyde Urakoko. So which one first? Heads down, no spy. Heads down. Our first nominee for Vice President PNGATSA 2021 to 2022, Clyde Urakoko. If you want him to be our Vice President, hands up. Clyde Urakoko. No spire, please. Hands down. Still heads down. Our next candidate for Vice President, our next President, Niven Yainta, if you want him to be our Vice President for 2021 to 2022, please, hands up. Our next candidate for Vice President, if you want, Koroka. The next candidate, if you want Natasha Koronka to be our Vice President for PNGATSA 2021 to 2022, hands up. Nanokam Spy, please. Hands down. The next one. The next candidate, if you want Dwight Manape of Unitech to be our Vice President 2021-2022, please, hands up. Nanokem Spy, please. The next candidate, Engelbert Tawape. If you want Engelbert Tawape to be our Vice President for 2021 to 2022, please, hands up. Nanokam Spy, please. Thank you. Heads up. So we can call our candidate to come in. We'll ask Pastor Ricky to announce to us our Vice President 2021 to 2022. We acknowledge all of them for accepting the challenge to be Vice President, but as I've said earlier, only one person will be the Vice President for 2021 to 2022. So I'll leave it to the pastor to announce to us.
We never know how God works, but we all prayed, we all asked God for these young candidates, and by His will, it is Natasha Koroka.
Thank you. Can someone do the writing? Yes.
I'd like to close the election for Vice President and open the next post for next treasurer.
Who seconds? Okay, he seconds the close of Bizosuke. The close of first nominee and open the other. The floor is open. The finance person is a very important person. He's the person who will make things move in. Huh? Okay, first nominee.
I, Max Simon of Unitec, would like to nominate Isaac Tori from Unitec as a possible candidate for treasurer.
Any second? Mark of Unitec.
I, Ako Senegi from PNGATSA, would like to second.
Ako second. Where is the candidate?
Thank you. I, Isaac Tori of Unitec, accept the nomination.
So he accept. Any more nominee? Okay.
I, Jamalogi from the EHASA and PNGATSA, want to nominate Samuel Olpa to be the potential candidate of the treasurer post. Thank you.
So he nominates Samuel. Second?
I, Rodney Yoichata, second that nominee.
Okay, he's second. Where's the candidate, Samuel? Sorry, your name again, bro? You second him a name?
Rodney.
Rodney. Rodney seconds. Got the candidate?
Thank you, I accept.
Oh, he accept. Any nominee from this row? From this row? Online you can nominate Pinsemi na give the chance kena. You may lare monarap la line. This one first. No good me keep la 2-3 time na forum banana puan bello me.
Thank you. I'm Manuel Samuel from Wasa. Would like to nominate Israel Kut from UOGASA. Thank you.
So he nominate Israel Kut from UOGASA. Second? Tok stron sapa si na to. Second for the Israel Kut. Any second? So he's second. Where's the candidate? Where is he? Okay, he made his reason clear. Any nominee? Any nominee? Okay, at the back.
I, Fletcher Sam from PNGATSA, would like to nominate Jamal Hockey to be our treasurer. Thank you.
So Fletcher Sam nominate Jamal Hockey from UPNG to be our treasurer. Who seconds? So Jamal nominated someone already, but as I say, I see that there's nothing wrong because someone have confidence. Unless if instance plo narapla squad layer, except him narapla and then he nominate narapla person. So for this one, I'm nominate another person, but the other person nominate him. But you be nominating Musaid. So I think for this one, I'll have to let the candidate decide. So any second. So Brendan accept, what will I say? Second. Okay. Jamal. Okay, he declined. Any nominee? Okay.
I, Narikum from Yujaja, would like to nominate Waima Kube.
Who?
Waima Kube.
Waima Kube. Your name again?
Narikum.
Marikum. Waima Kube, any second? Okay, see second. Your name?
I, Sharon Paul from PAU, would like to second.
Sharon Paul from PAU second. Waima Kube? Accept, decline?
Thank you, accept.
Accept. So we have 5 already, so we'll vote. Quorum agree? Okay, heads down. Now, sorry, the candidate chief lakamanta. So your name, when I'm school, now when I'm study. Time to run, so.
Thank you. My name is Samuel. Surname Olpa. I am a Papua New Guinean, UPNGATSA. And this is my third year. I'm taking finance, UPNG.
Stated before, my name is Isaac Todi, registered under Unitec ATSA. I'm taking Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering.
The other three can introduce me, sir. Okay, so bagus talo ito back. Okay, heads down. Those of you who want our first candidate for treasurer, Isaac Todi, to be our treasurer for 2020-2021, please hands up. Isaac Todi. Hands down. Our next candidate, if you want Samuel Wampa to be our treasurer for 2021-2022. Samuel Ompa, sorry. Hands up. Olpa. Samuel Olpa. Hands down. Our last, Waima Kobe. If you want him to be our treasurer 2021-2022, hands up, please. Heads down. No spy, please. Hands down, heads up. We'll call our nominees outside to come in. And we'll ask our young minister in front to announce to us our finance person for 2021 to 2022.
Thank you once again. Also, mal senior belum datok pinis. All leaders godam sam makimol na. Today, me get privilege law. Declare mol next nominee belum apply Isaac Todi is supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the writing. Someone to close, open the other. Yes. Sorry, name again. Cameron, close name, open him, nuclear nominee. Who seconds?
I, Christopher Peter from UPNG, second.
So Christopher seconds. So our next and the last one, secretary. So I'll get one from the back. Olain no ibla makim pinis minu nak maki plagen lo. Olain no mi accept him. All nu plahan tas ola. All plahan miles. From the front.
Francis Yasaking from Diwanwood. I elect Lovelyn Aragas as our secretary for
Lovelyn
Aragas from UPNG.
Lovelyn Aragas from UPNG. Any second? Volume name. Online you put plantian miles lugan dula.
I, Geraldine from TASA, second.
Geraldine from TASA, second. So Lovelyn, na? Lovelyn.
I, Lovelyn Aragas, accept.
Okay, Lovelyn accept. Okay, next nominee. Okay, Namel.
Thank you. My name Ian Roque from Eastern Islands Adventist Student Association. Would like to nominate Jonathan Jacob to be the secretary for the next.
Ian nominate Jonathan Jacobs. Any second? Okay, he's second. Where is Jonathan? Jonathan where?
Jonathan accept.
Ah?
Jonathan accept.
Jonathan second already. Oh, who said check? You are. Okay, stand up.
Ben from UPNG, outgoing president, second.
So he's second. Now, the what candidate accept. Namel, also Namel Road. Oh, you plan to get nominee? The yellow shirt.
I, Lottrick, Provincial President of CSA, nominate Benjamin Tico of Unitec to be the secretary.
Your name again?
Lottrick.
Roderick.
Lodrick.
Okay. I want to say something. As a chair, since we have already two executive proposed from Unitec, so for the secretary, we'll exclude Unitec. We want the leadership to be distributed equally. So as a chair, we make him decision. I don't want anyone to object. Unitec is him to play leadership on him. I want Narapla on him. That's me make him decision, chair. So that means Olain from Unitec won't be nominated for secretary. Objection or okay, you talk to unbidla on the commander.
Once more nominate Betul Kitrus to be the secretary. Kitrus, sorry.
No. My issue, I didn't, me not ask people to nominate. Me talk, I don't want any by plan nominate any candidate from Unitec. Unitec me put a stop. Because Solka Tupla executive post from Unitec already. I want the secretary from another. Oh, okay. Objection, so you talk. Can the floor decide? So it's either two ways. Suppose if chair like floor decide, all decide. If me talk no, if I decide, then I decide. But some that say. So I decide for this matter. Okay. Petrus, who? You got to name? Betwell. Who second Betwell? Okay, Betwell. Okay, objection.
Thank you, Chair. With due respect to the decision that you have made, I think you have breached one of the constitution. It states something about the certain association. If majority of the executive would be part of that, it is possible that they can be part of. Or they can hold all the executive posts as well. Thank you.
Okay, that's according to the constitution. But realistically speaking, it will be a bit difficult. Okay, you talk.
Then you'd be breaching the constitution. You'd be breaking.
Okay, now we'll let the quorum to decide.
Thank you.
Who said you play less, loba Unitec, loba kisim the next post, you play put him hand. Heads down. Heads down, heads down. Okay. Okay, it's okay. It's clear. So me larim law. I'm only using my conscience. Me at me personally pili mosem. It won't be nice time over executive polo in terms of making work, but it's okay. So me larim lo flow. Whatever happens, you will flow decide so. Okay, Roderick, you nominate your side. Benjamin Tigo, who seconds it? Stand up. Okay, Clinton second it. Where is Roderick? Oh, Benjamin. So he accept any nominee? Yes. Who? So she nominated Waima from UOG. Waima who? Waima Kube from UOG. Any second? Your name?
My name is Rodney Panga, second nominee.
So you second. The nominee, yes or no?
Because since one from UOG is already stood up, so I decline.
So he declined. Any nominee? Oh, okay. Jamal.
You have not removed. You know, Roshim,
no, I come Lulu Milaxi nominee, please.
Okay, thank you. I nominate Betwell.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who second Betwell? Stand up na talk.
I will send one would like to second nominate Betwell.
Okay, where is Betwell? Yes or no?
Thank you. I accept.
So he accept. So we have 4 already. So you talk. Any objection or you like to vote? Okay, majority of the vote. So heads down. I want the candidate to come up first. 4 ply line come up. Your name, your school away, one name Kosa.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan. Jacob is my surname. I'm from Southern Islands, a member of the UOG ATSA. I'm studying Bachelor in Education, specialized in biology and chemistry. Well, everything happens for a reason. If it's God's will, let it be done. I'm willing to do His will. Thank you.
Thank you. Betuel is my name. Surname Kritus. I'm from Western Province. I'm third year UPNG student studying Bachelor in Economics. Thank you.
Afternoon, Bagata. My name is Lavlin, surname Aragas. I'm from West New Britain, studying at MedFac, taking medical laboratory science.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Benjamin, surname is Tigom. I'm from Medeng and Isipik. I'm a third year electrical engineering student down at Unitec. I'm honored and humbled to be called to service. If the Lord wills it, then so His will be done. Thank you.
Thank you. They'll go out. Heads down. It's coming towards the end now. The last one is venue. Our first nominee for Secretary 2021-2022, Jonathan Jacob. Please, hands up. Hands down. Our next nominee, if you want Betwell Kritus of UPNG to be the secretary for PNGATSA 2021-2022, hands up. Our next candidate, hands down. Our next candidate, Lovelyn Aragas from TASA. If you want her to be our treasurer as secretary for 2021 to 2022, please, hands up. Nanokam Spire. Our next, hands down, next candidate, if you want Benjamin Tico of Unitec to be our secretary for 2021-2022, please, hands up. Nanokam Spy. Thank you. Heads up, hands down. We'll call the leaders in. I'll give this opportunity to one of our big brother, even though he's not studying, but he usually follow us, especially the EHASA, wherever we go. All the PNGATSA convention, he tried his best to attend. So from Eastern Highlands, I'll invite Chief. So I give this opportunity to him to call out the name of our secretary for 2021 to 2022, PNGATSA.
Thank you for it, for I will declare it today. So his name, her name is Naukre Glauco. Thank you. Lovelyn Arakaso.
Thank you. You know, it's in our dialect. He's supposed to say Lovelyn Iragas, but you put him there like always so Iragaso. I'm supposed to call him name below top place. I'm call him also. Thank you, Chief. Can someone close the
I, Engelbert Tawampe from MESSA, would like to close the nomination for the executive for next year, 2021 to 2022. And I open the new agenda.
So I'm closing nomination of the executives, and he opened a new one, which is the nomination of the venue. Who seconds it? Waima Kubes second it. Before Lomiblo Makim nominee, the names of the venues, the places for PNGATSA ko Bamblan no Makim, Lay em go 3 or 4 pla time, Goroka em go 3 or 4 pla time too, Chimbu em go finis, Tari em go, Yumi Wanda Poselo Sipik, Vanimo em go finis, Mibla Kamnan lo Medain already, we work Tasolem no go, wait. East, West New Britain em go finis, West New Britain, now Mibla Stalo East New Britain, West em go finis, Melinbe em go finis, Oro em no go. So only the names by Makim from those area where PNGATSA no go. Am clear? Okay. Okay, we'll get first from you. Mitok Vanimo. So Vanimo stalo east or west? So that's west there. Okay. Any nominee? Yes. Now me like one Mary Loba nominated venue, please.
Thank you. I'm standing here to give a nominee. My nominee is the Council in Western Islands. Why am I nominating this place? There's been a recent tribal fight happening there. The place is dominated by other Protestant churches. I believe PNGATSA has not gone yet, and it would be a good at this time it makes PNGATSA go loud. Thank you.
So Jamal nominating Western Islands. So who seconds Western Islands? Who said second in Western Highlands province? Your name? Sharon seconds. Sharon who? Paul. Sharon Paul. Any nominee? Mito one Mary. So one Mary Putiman. Mila. Okay, one Mary Lodamlo.
I, Doma Fezamo from Tasa, would like to nominate Western Province Kiunga.
So I don't want any claps. So Doma Fezamo nominate him Kiunga. Any second?
Lawrence Lambo second.
Okay, he second it. Mila lukihan blola no sa putiman. Okay.
I, Jimaro from UOG, would nominate Bogia District.
Meden PNGATSA Kopinis.
There's spiritual need. We've been on the ground and we have sufficient evidence.
Okay, that's only about me as chairman make him rule or some. Maybe PNGATSA ko local hablo PNG now, maybe we can make him 2 pla time. Or some maybe make him clear, Goroka am go 3 or 4 pla time. Leitu am go 3 or 4 pla time. So it's not a good idea, Lomi Plaunama. We have to also need them talking, there's need everywhere. But at least PNGATSA must step in more up. So this and me chair make him. Yes.
I, Thomas Unido from Unitec, would like to nominate ECP.
Okay, your name again?
Thomas.
Thomas. Any second ECP? One plata solino katahan. Okay.
I, Renzi Thomas from PAU, would second it.
Ailina. Wensi. Renzi from PAU, second seat. Yes.
Thank you. There's no constitutional backing on the chair's decision to dictate the venue of the convention. So we cannot base on assumption to overrule the quorum, with all due respect to the chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For that, I'll let the quorum to decide whether you like global convention or still appointing venue where PNGATSA go finish or not. So I don't want Yumi Batok to come. So heads down. Suppose you like law Allman by nominating venue where PNGATSA go finish. Hands up. Suppose you like law nominating half where PNGATSA go finish. Hands up. Hands down. Suppose you LESLEY nominate him halfway PNGATSA go finish, Logan province, hands up. Okay, thank you. So the quorum decide. Quorum decide also halfway PNGATSA go finish, PNG mas ambanonako. Until I'm completing PNG now can the next cycle me plug and make him. Okay, nominee? Yes, fire at the back. Yes.
I, Fletcher Sam from PNGATSA, would like to nominate the venue for West Papua. Thank you.
Oh. So Fletcher Sam from ASM venue and marking West Papua. Who said second him? Yes, objection.
Objection means somewhere in West New Britain, or but West Papua, I think it's on the other side of the border. The closest you can go is Western to West Papua.
So you mean West Papua or Western Province? Western Province and Daru, yeah. You mean Daru or Jayapura? Or Indonesia?
Thank you. Later I will give the further reasons for this, but I think my venue that I call is very clear, West Papua.
So I'm talking West Papua. Any seconds? Okay, objection?
The objection is that West Papua, one province, is it a recognized province of the independent state of Papua New Guinea? Or is it recognized under the Papua New Guinea Union Mission? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But there was other decision quorum people making ma. Quorum people making was people must visit Mogara province. So that means we haven't completed Ogara province. South people finish him, okay, you can go Fiji or Vanuatu too. That's after people finish him. But for now, because forum decide, me as chairman we make him decision. But forum decide finish from the previous. So with due respect, as chairman me put him off this venue for West Papua. Because forum decide, you know me.
Thank you, Chair. I don't see a forum decide for this. They decide for the on the PNGATSA go finish Logan. So.
Okay, I'll give Chairman Loba.
Okay, sorry. I'm speaking as acting secretary. The previous motion, decision that we passed was that PNGATSA would visit all provinces of PNG. This implies that PNGATSA needs to goes to all provinces of PNG, not going overseas. So that implication is there. So me call him this objection to going to West Papua.
So West Papua is like overseas, huh? We are going overseas. So I'm clear. So that one we put him off. So me plug Ramas the finish. So we have already triple finish. If quorum people agree, vote talk aye. Okay, majority. Okay, objection?
Thank you. Graham Sam from PAU would like to nominate Manus Province. Thank you.
Okay, Graham from ESA would want to nominate Manus. Any second? Stand up. So he's second Manus. So as chairman, since we have a venue, me close him nomination. Now I want one rep lo bakamata na explain him liklik tasol 2 minutes. Not more than 2. Suppose you go more than, but me stop him you. Sorry, boys, second name your name again. Fabi and Roy. Fabi, yeah. Fabi Roy, okay. So please, one rep. You know what a man ba tok tok? You play him tintin lo one plata so na ba tok tok? Okay, okay, right. Sa supla, tupla, tripla la kam, I want only one plat sol ba tok tok. Gim tintin lo one plat na ba tok tok? One plat mouse man. You am representing Manus. Sa supla sampla Manus kam stop okay gim tintin len. You representing one. Isipik sampla sipik stop gim tintin len. Miles lo plante man ba tok tok. You representing one. Western Islands. Sampla Western Islands stop one tintin you like tok tok one plat mouse man. You represent him. Okay, Kiunga Western Province, one plat as all. You play, no, you know not two plat, one plat. Give tintin 1%, so only 1%. So we'll start from the first. So you play a tok tok, you play a sampler point, give it to the speaker. So only one plat mouse man so tok tok. Manus, you play no kat sampler lo vakam give tintin lo mana. Emblo korokaya na. So not all of them coming up here about tok tok. Game tintin lo one plan about tok tok. One them tok tok you like lo. So make you play 1 minute lo you discuss lo you play 1 minute. After 1 minute me batok you play tok tok. So you have to tell us what them need and what you want PNGATSA lo make him also Venice where you appoint him. Now please, no can vote because all one talk blue make him na place blow line blue. You vote because there's a need. So if 1 minute up, timekeeper please. Strictly 60 seconds. Our time starts. Usat only time dong bla. Okay, 20 seconds left. Bambla ba start lo ground bian bambla ko solwara. We have 10 seconds. Okay, since one black group ready finish, so one black game sa time golo all manus. Why all like PNGATSA 2021-2022 lo golo manus?
Avino gada. Obviously, but look, Mister, me no look manus. Yes, me have Simbu, but for the last 22 years, I've been living in manus all my life. To be realistic here, manus, you know, I'm the student, Adventist Student Association existing now. You know, I'm the manus student come. And to be realistic, and secondly, manus will like the capital to do any of these things. I've been living there, and support the church towards this project is not that good. That's why you see, like some of us here, we are joining more institution that we are in. And those are things that are happening. But if it's God's will and you apply manus, then I have nothing to say and nothing to stop. You can come. But it will require all of your support, and it will need a very hard work from you guys. So I'm not discouraging you to vote on manus or otherwise, but thinking I like and stable you blah. And if it's God's will, you can vote in manus. But otherwise, like the realistic thing I'm saying is that manus is not the student association there. And secondly, manus will like the capital and those things that blagat him. And also manus is like you're traveling to overseas. Thank you.
Thank you. Boy black and go sit down. Next one, Bambla ask him again.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing here as the NEHASA president, and I'm trying to get the camp to Western Islands. I'm part Western Islands. I will not speak because of the good side of Western Islands, but I will speak because I see that there is a need for the camp to go. The camp is not for sightseeing, let me remind you. It's not for you to go and make friends, but it's for ministry. Where there is a need, that's where the church should concentrate its effort and its resources. You are the resources that you are seated here, and you need to go to a place where there is need. And let me tell you, I know that you all are aware that in the recent months, last year, this year, there was a big tribal fight in Western Islands. People were killed, a lot of families were dislocated, plantations were shut down, even the bodies of the dead were posted on Facebook. And let me remind you that there is a need right now for student ministry. And when I say tribal fight, the first thing come on your mind is your safety. Let me also remind you that the Western Islands people, they value educated person, and you will be protected 110%. Now let me also remind you that Western Islands is the center of Papua New Guinea. If you talk about food, food will find you. You will not find food. If you talk about travel, awesome. So there is a need. Let me remind you, the Western Islands Student Association has existed for 25 years. The camp has not gone there yet. Western Islands mission, with regards to our mission, is a really big mission of its own. It has 7 different provinces inside, but I'm talking as part of Western Islands province. It's about time PNGATSA has to go there because of the need that it has. The province is dominated by our sister churches, and I believe and I know in my heart that if ATSA goes there, I tell you, it will be a big change. And also, I'm about changing program long. The May program that was missed out, ATSA will come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Western Islands. Now we'll ask the CIPIC. Vanimo about all we work.
Thank you, CIPIC, to be specific. Thank you, JETHRO. Name me Philen, Senem Gwand. Me representing my Siasa family as the national president to bid for the convention 22 Wakarikalo CIPIC. Okay, while me to talk, I believe the tech team at the back, they have a video that will go on at the back while I present. Okay, in 2015, an incident come up lo CIPIC. How many of you have been in the student ministry in 2015? Okay, for those of you just inside of the student ministry in 2015, Siasa may plakis you on a tragic accident that for the sake of the student ministry, 5 lives were claimed. 5 lives, all females, all intellects from the respective families that all died in Lucy Lifelong, all for the name of student ministry inside Law CIPIC province. So, to this day, Siasa is East Civic Province and its support towards the student ministry is not the same. Time pala karim ol lilig lomi kam lo province, ol sawol papa mama ino strong. Ol tamo ol papa mama ol koistenim ol pikini tam go sana ototog lo student ministry, the camp, the conventions, ol korosimol, ol stopimol, and siyasa is not the same to this day since 2015. So why mi plaka sana ng plabid is that in the near future, you might not see siyasa again. So that's why I'm go. To this day, I'm plenty problem la facing as a ministry, especially lo side blow support na kainosem. So now you make stop lo convention one team blumi. Minari one team blumi. Reconciliation and restoration. To this day, siyasa is not reconciled. The parents are still mad at us. Now previous or predecessors lo me. Restoration is not done, and the student ministry am stuck on the brink of collapse. That's why Mika Maski you plugger a PNGATSA. All bipla lo me, 5 plus USA, 4 plus USA, 1 from mama, or losing life for the student ministry. Can you return us the favor and you plakam lo, East Civic Province? Can you come and help us as CSA lo restoring the image of student ministry inside lo East Civic Province? That incident time come up, am not only affecting Papua New Guinean mission, it went as far as the General Conference. Am around the world lo larim. So that's why me ask no, me beg. For the sake of Lili Glomelo come behind, and for the sake of CSA in the future, me ask him if people can come. Napambla can restore him CSA and the student ministry back to its former glory inside East Civic Province. Thank you.
Thank you, Siasa. Now we'll call upon Western Province, Daro. Sorry, just legally is it playing? Just 3 minutes. Okay, I'm come. Just see the video.
Sorry, I'm 12. It's a 12-minute video, so I'm just asking if they can skip to the last 3 minutes of it. And while I'm gone, I'm just mentioning on relation. For the case of venue, we confirm the venue finish. We have the full support of the CPIC mission of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, including our professionals. Our venue will be at Pasam National High School. It has all the facilities to cater for PNGATSA. It has a large hall, messing facilities. I'm got a 6 dormitory, 3 for females, 3 for males. Each dormitory can cater for 120 students. If you worry for the pre-convention, lo side lo Bogia na go lo West Papua. Basta lo CPK basta namin lo West Papua na medenge. So pre-convention plako lab. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll ask Western Province Lobakam.
Thank you. Name me Brenga Hames. You bless our Western Province talo ana blu PNG. We said go finish the Western. Abian. Wana Western style blue sa. No ada. Western style RRF bro country street. No got service. No Gupla medical service. Swampy area. Now I'm Adventist Gupla Thomas. Western I'm covered by Western Islands Mission, a South Papua Mission, the lowest performing mission inside of Papua New Guinea. Union Mission. Southwest Papua Mission. Misanablia, mi blo civic, Mr. Abe. Mi blo civic, mi no blo Western mega sanablia. Western mi bla try lo million bay. Mi blaga second, no number, bla try lo million bay, no number, blaga second. Na time lo million bay vote go tari. Na tari ibla lugi mo million bay kame. Ibla kari go na usok lo tari ibla lugi million bay kame onogad. Ibi go lo tari. Tari mi ibla laksi go lo western, ibi ksi kamo sana convention go lo tari ya. Eme, ela kam siraun lia. Western, me personally, Mr. Lab, me live lo Western, and me look him. No go around blood, future blood church lo Western. No go around blood, as place them start inside lo church. And then lo church and Pablo, man. President Blumier, PNGATSA president now, newly appointed. Elder and Pablo, me too now, elder. No go around blood, as place them elder lo isla place. Mi bla try look convention go mi bla no number bios mi bla lo start the student ministry. Em Bible talk now If me no see now, ba me had look again. Mind you, sabot lumie. Me too ba me close to finish school na mi to no kam lig lumi ba kam again na kam sana blia. No kam lig lumi lo Western Province. Personally mi sa mi no sa lig lumi sta first time ba kam. Sana 2 years time ba kam sana blu isla flow. La traim lo study student ministry na ad. Mi bla fomim student ministry tu ba teme? Ad. Ad. Ogata man mi bla kam sana antem. Namba ne bla laksim go arima. Mie no gad mi kam sana be. It's not about one place by me looking, one something by me looking me. About the gospel. Gospel must break him cultural barriers, cultural boundaries, ethnic. They must go. What's on the mission of Blair? No one think lao by me go. When I'm kind of by me stop. PNGATSA will be a responsibility to play me. Western me baby Me try looks him go on ad. Me ad looks him. Me no carry number come me so mama blue me stop. PNGATSA mama am stop. Mama está na amiga loxim. Betuel nas tu la brada blumi. Tu la ba graduate na gona mino at strong mi tok. Em now or never ba mino access la convention gene. True tu mas mi to yula ba mi had loxis la convention gen. Now me like sime please mi to ke mino cantem.
No clapping.
Mino cantem planti please. But misa mi Mama association PNGATSA staff, you've lowered that staff blame na like sim na miga. We played one table a lot, Mr. Please. We do get me no blow Western. We look in need the gospel lem na miga sana. We played one ad. We played lad table please. Me no blow Western na miga sana. Me like si blow Western. Please. Me baby please. You come na help me please.
Thank you. So, for plan nomination, the 4 venues, let me call him again. Manus, Western Islands, Isipik, now Western Province. So, pambla ba start lo ground and then pambla kantap lo kona na ba come down. So, I want you all to, you must vote honestly, yeah. No come spy, so heads down. Okay, na talk or talk him finish. Pamla na talk him again. We'll start off. I said heads down, please. All I know look live. Let me put him eye blip around. Our first venue. Suppose you play like him, Western Highlands Province, Low Highlands Region, to be the place, the next convention venue in 2021 to 2022. Please, hands up. No come spy, please. No spy. Hands down. Our next venue. Mipla bastatlo mumase. If you want our convention in 2021 to 2022 to be held in WeWork, please, hands up. Nanokam spy. No spy. No spy. No spy. Hands down. If you are spying and putting your hands up, it's invalid. Hands down. Our next venue, if you want our next PNGATSA convention in 2021 to 2022 to be held in Western Province, Daru, please, hands up. Nanokam spy. No can vote tubla time to. Hands down, heads up. Heads down. Heads down. Heads down. Mi plakat narap la venues to stop. If you want PNGATSA to be held in Manus in 2021 to 2022, please hands up. No come spy. Wala no backside, no come make noise. Thank you. Hands down, heads up. We will. Bami ask him if Neil is around. Neil. No gara. He's not around. Then we'll ask our pastor, lo bang lagi sa hona lo, Pastor Ricky, lo emba announce him. One venue where you nami bago in 2021 to 2022. Mi no looking skoto so mi larim lo emet bakolim.
Me talking him. I just wanted to make a comment, and whoever was going to come and give us the news, I wanted somebody else. But I felt I needed to explain something. Whether we go to Manus, we go up to the Western Highlands, or we go to Sepik or the Western Province, you have all given your reasons. But you did not die for the souls there. Jesus did. Some of you are going to be disappointed by the news, but never forget, we didn't die for them. God knows there is a proper time when He will go there through PNGATSA. That's the comment that I wanted to make. But because they've asked me to do it, I am honored to share with you the voted place is going to be the Western Province.
Thank you. Can someone do the writing? Yes, Michaelton.
Mac from TASA would like to declare that the appointing of the 2021 and 2022 PNGATSA executives and voting for the next convention be closed. Thank you.
So I'm closing any second. Okay. Vice President Jonathan Mendai.
I second.
Former Vice President. So he's seconded. Our time is up. I know we have AOB, but maybe I'll leave him the forum. You like him AOB to be discussed lo next BGM, or you like to discuss lo now forum to make the decision? Or maybe after worship, because AOB is important. But me like you forum to make the decision. You know me make him. Me too hungry. So forum, do you want AOB to be discussed after worship? Say aye. Okay, thank you. I am agree as well. After Lolotu, maybe we'll continue. And then the official closing will be done. So with that, I'm closing na someone second already. So maybe ask him, Yambla Minister Blomibla, but pray and pass him this last session. But we'll have to continue after the worship tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. You may ora pass my name pray. Dear Heavenly Father, God in heaven, once again, may I acknowledge your presence below you this afternoon. Lord, stop on me all throughout this day, Father, and may I come to finish this hours. Lo continue. Ne bien ban blaka meet gena me prayer blow me this afternoon. One time all different all hearts. Natintin maybe some all agree, some disagree. But Lord, as we depart from here to continue this day, we pray that may your presence give us peace like never before, as we will continue to serve you. This is our prayer in Jesus' name, Lord, we pray. Amen.